That day. Yeah, I'm tired of shit, and the coffee ain't hit. Yeah, damn, ain't that great. I don't wanna go to work, cause my boss is a jerk, and I'm not even that paid. I need a change in my life, cause I don't feel alive, and there's nothing that makes me happy. Hold my beer for
Good morning, everybody. This is Pinkie the Housewife. Good morning. I'm so glad to see everybody. Thank you all for being here. Today is Thursday, May 29th. We're still in week 3 of Sean Diddy Combs, the Dipper, Puff Daddy, aka Brother Love trial, okay? His federal trial in New York City. So it already started, so I'm just going to catch you all up on what's going on. Before I do that, let me just get the house rules out of the way first so we can get started. Okay, just give me 1 second. The house rules are, I'm going to welcome everybody to the Pink House. Thank you for being here, guys. And also hit that like button on your way in so I don't have to say that so much. We can just keep rolling. So hit that like button coming in. And then subscribe to the channel if you have not subscribed. All right. Thank you. Just help a girl out by hitting that like button, guys. Right there. Let me just say thank you. All right. So let's go ahead and get on with the matter at hand. We are with the Sean Diddy Combs. And this week we had a lot of people testifying. Well, we just started yesterday, which was Tuesday, because we had Memorial Day weekend. So now we have week 3. Deonte Nash, he's the stylist. The stylist, Deonte Nash versus Diddy yesterday. It was a knockout, drag-out fight. And my money was on Deonte, and I won. Deonte won. Just go ahead and give a clap. Let's give a clap for Deonte. Deonte, you won. You won. Man, I'm going to give it to you. You did it. Let's wave, Deonte. Deonte did it. Oh, yeah. Whoop de whoop. Okay, now we're going to go ahead. But Deonte did it. He did it. He confirmed the testimonies of Cassie. He confirmed the testimony Capricorn. He confirmed the testimony of a lot of people. He didn't even realize he was doing it. Oh, Lord. But yes, he did. He confirmed that Cassie personally said to him in the middle of the chaos as it was unfolding while they was inside of the, well, say just inside this big chaos hurricane. It was turning and they was rolling and they was rocking and they was running to save their lives. And she admitted, I didn't never want to do this. I was sleeping with other men for him. It wasn't my idea. I never wanted to do this. I'm just clarifying. I'm just paraphrasing, putting it in my words, but that's what was said, okay? And my way of saying it. And guess what, guys? Y'all gonna be so happy. Look, I got my lemon water. There's my lemons. See, I've been drinking it all morning. My husband heard y'all. He heard you when you said, I told him to. I need my lemon water. Now, you see what happens when a person helps me? And I also got some other stuff here too. I got my juice here in this cup. Yes, I do. I got some good fresh watermelon over to the side, a big bowl of it. So keep me hydrated. And I got some little treats here over to the side in my plate. Yes, I'm ready. Good for Mr. Pinkie. He did it. He got me set. And he woke me up early. And you know what I did? I rested all day yesterday evening. After I got off this live, I went home and, I was at home. I forget what house I'm in. Okay. But I rested. Yes, I did. And I guess I watched so much TV yesterday. 90 Day Fiance. That's all I was watching. Catching up on that. Yes, I was. And I even dozed in and out and I fell asleep. And my husband said, this is what happens when you go to bed early. He woke me up early. Yes, he did. He woke me up early and I got up. Oh, Lord, where's my phone? Let me just play this this live. Let me just say hello to everybody. I got something I need to play and I got to do something. How's Cheryl? Thank you for being here. Good morning to you too. Good morning. Impetitious. Good morning and happy Thursday. Good morning, Impetitious. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Hello, Justice. Glad you got your water, Pinkie. Volunteer at the school this AM. Okay, you go ahead and volunteer at the school because I got something to play right quick anyway. I'm going to throw that up, Justice. Thank you, Justice, for being here. You volunteer and volunteer for me too. Pretend like I'm there. Say, I'm watching The Housewife. Just put it on low. Just mute me. Let me play this while I got to make a phone call and stuff. So let me just play this here. Okay, while I do that. Thank you, Justice, Cheryl, and Impetitious for being here this early. Let's get this started. Let me just get this playing. This is right at the courthouse. What's going on? And he's going to bring, this is live though, okay? This is live. Don't let me tell you it's not live. This is live at the courthouse this morning. I'm going to bring it back some so y'all can hear him talking. He's going to bring you up to date. Oh, wait now. Okay, let me just get it started. This is live at the courthouse. Okay, this is the live going on. Okay, so I'm going to be letting that play while little old me make my phone call and drink my lemon water, drink some of this water right quick. Y'all can see, I know how to act when I'm up. Y'all can see I paused it. Let me make my phone call. 10:21. No, I was calling Renita, telling her to get in my chat. Good morning, Renita. Good morning. Thank you for being here this morning. Whoo, Lord. I'm going to take a break, guys, and drink my lemon water here. All my good lemons. And see, at the end, I do swallow. I eat these. Swallow, swallow, swallow. Swallow, swallow, swallow. You know, you got to swallow, swallow. No, you can't swallow. Yes, you can swallow. Swallow, swallow, swallow you. Oh, let me catch us up a little bit. This is live. I want to bring you up to where he's telling you all what's going on. Let me see. I had paused it for a moment. I didn't know I had posted all that before. Oh, here it is, right here. When he first started talking. Okay. They're gonna start talking and bring you up to date. Okay. Who did I post it? No. Y'all can see some of your favorite content creators out here. They're all out there, guys. Some of your favorite content creators are all out here. Let me do this here right quick. They're not talking right now. It's not muted or anything. Okay? That's just not nobody saying anything. Pinkie, I'm glad you're feeling better today. Yes, I am feeling better today. Thank you. See? Ah. Mm.
All right, this seems like a good place to start here on this Thursday morning. It's just about 10:03. We are in Lower Manhattan. You can see we're taking a live look at this black Sprinter van right here. Not sure exactly who's inside, but you can see some of the media who's down there. The phones are up. They're waiting for whoever that is to come out, presumably to come out of that Sprinter van and then go into the court. If you look at the van there, you can kind of see the reflection of the court doors on the back. Okay, it looks like this person is coming out right now. I'm going to see maybe who it is. Those are, I believe those are family members. I believe those are family members of Sean Diddy Combs. It looks like they're coming out and then going to go on the side of the building. So we're taking a live look right now as they go into the federal courthouse in Lower Manhattan. They were just waiting outside, and looks like they're now arriving inside to go inside the court.
So he got his sons.
Has already started for today. Court is already in session. So that just happened. That just happened live as we're watching right now. Of course, we're on our YouTube channel, Fox 5 NY, and really, this is a space that we want everyone who's keeping track of this trial to feel comfortable sharing their views, sharing their opinions, asking questions. And so we always have this feed up here, this live feed. And right now it looks like our camera person is trying to get back in position. 200 North Street, Lower Manhattan. That's the Federal 500 Pearl Street, I should say. 500 Pearl Street, Lower Manhattan. The federal courthouse here where the Diddy trial is once again underway. We know that there are several witnesses who will be called today, and we know that one of the stylists who testified yesterday, Deonte Nash, is back on the stand this morning. So the court started just a little bit late this morning, about 10 minutes late. Looks like the judge was running a little bit behind schedule. They were speaking with Diddy's attorney, Mark Edmonford, kind of discussing some of the behind-the-scenes legal proceedings about what will happen today. We know that late yesterday, the defense actually wanted to request the opportunity to be able to meet longer with Diddy. They wanted to be able to meet with him after the day's proceedings. They've asked the judge for more time to meet with him during the day. They've kind of cited the complexity of the case, the volume of the evidence and the testimony, and they don't feel like they're having enough time with their client because of all the different elements of the trial so far, and they want to be able to talk to him, to converse with him, so that they're not delaying the court during the day, and they've asked to meet in the evening. Now, it could also signal that the defense is kind of struggling to keep up with the speed and scope of the prosecution's case. Some surprise witnesses, sensitive testimony, mountains of digital evidence that we've already seen, a lot of text messages, certainly the video, some of that stuff obviously they're prepared for, but other parts of the testimony, it is more complicated. And so they wanted to have a little bit longer to meet with Diddy after the trial. One of the other things that happened yesterday was they had a motion for a mistrial. And essentially, they requested a mistrial, arguing that the courtroom proceedings had become too prejudicial to their client to receive a fair trial. The main argument centered around recent testimony and media exposure, which they claimed poisoned some of the things that had been talked about there. So some of the questions that we have, that we encourage people to post some of these questions in that chat bar.
Can y'all hear this? Put a 1 in the chat if you can hear this.
This week. Well, we know
Need somebody to put a 1 in the chat if you can hear this. Hear him talking.
And Cassie Ventura, he is testifying right now as we speak. And during his testimony, he described multiple instances.
Oh, I'm so tired.
Cassie, he said that Cassie once required speeches after a violent altercation. Diddy used threats of leaking explicit video to control Cassie, and recalled being present at freak-off parties involving drugs and coerced acts.
Thank you.
One of the other things he said, though, is he kind of said that he still was on relative speaking terms with both Diddy and Cassie, and he didn't want to have to testify, but he was called and was subpoenaed, and so he was obligated to go down to the federal courthouse here in Lower Manhattan and tell his story. His story, of course, is going at the heart of the prosecution's argument and prosecution's charges that Diddy was.
Hi, Sharon. Good morning.
He's charged with racketeering, kidnapping, sex trafficking, among the other charges that he's facing. So the witnesses that they've called have all been in support of what their case is so far. At some point, the defense will take over as the prosecution rests, and the defense will have an opportunity to call their witnesses. That is not happened yet. We're expecting that could happen maybe within the next week or so. Today's Thursday, so probably not until late next week would we get any indication that the prosecution may be willing to rest inside of the case. But we do. Yesterday, the prosecutors did say that they are actually a little bit ahead of schedule. So that's a good thing. Who else is up next? Well, we know that a former assistant named Mia, M-I-A, Mia, is expected to testify. We thought she may get to the stand yesterday.
Mia.
But she did not testify yesterday. We know she is expected.
So we got Mia that's going to testify today. Oh, whoo, gosh. Yeah, guys, Mia is going to testify today. Hi, Sharon. Thank you for being here. And just to say hello to all the children at the school. Let them know it's a good Thursday morning. A flash day today, but listening to Pinkie on the best CC on the YouTube streets. That means I can eat this. I told y'all I got some treats too. That's sugar. That's going to keep me hyped up. I think I know what my husband did. He giving me all this sweet stuff to eat to keep me Oh my God. It's a trick. He's trying to keep me hyped up. That's why I got this big bowl of sweet watermelon sitting to the side too. He's trying to keep me hyped up. Let me show you. I just thought about that. Y'all, I'm not crazy. Look at this big old piece here he gave me. See that big old piece? He didn't even cut it up in pieces. He's just giving me big hunks. I just got all these big hunks. Big hunks of watermelon. Big chunks. And I got sweet stuff. He giving me a lot of sweets for breakfast to keep me hyped up. That's okay. And I got a lot of water in here too. Put me lots of water. I got my juice. I got my lemon water. Now, I do have some baby oil sitting here. Baby oil is not, he didn't give me this. This has been sitting here for the longest. Okay? This is not for me. This is for our baby. We got a baby here. Sharon, Cisco, gotta go. Later to all listening. Okay, you go ahead and tell the kiddies I said hello. Okay. Who God, let's get on. Because he just said Mia going to testify today. Deonte did a slam dunk yesterday. I couldn't. He and then the defense is trying to throw out a mistrial. They wasted all that time yesterday talking about a mistrial. You know what? They tried to do it with Cassie. Tried to keep that poor child as long as they can so they can cause her to go into labor. But thank God she had the baby yesterday. She went into labor yesterday. She had the baby, beautiful baby boy. Okay? Healthy, beautiful baby boy. Now they're a family of 5. I know what it feels like to be a family of 5 because I've been a family of 5 before. Still is a family of 5. No, because I got baby Phoenix now. We're a family of 6. But yes. Whew. Thank you for giving that child a precious baby, and no harm came to that baby while she was up there. And I hope no demon energy rubbed off when she would leave the courthouse. Woo, pray the Lord. Okay, now let's get back to him because he's telling us what's going on. We got Mia supposed to be coming up to testify. Deonte did an options job. The arson investigator did an awesome job. He corroborated Kid Cudi's testimony. Yes, he did. He corroborated Capricorn's testimony. He corroborated Cassie's testimony, although that wasn't his job. His job was to tell the truth of the surrounding the incident, the situation, the act of criminal people that was there. So they committed a criminal act, and that was his job. Not to say they did a criminal act, just to tell what happened, tell the pieces, put all the pieces together. Hi, Sandra. Come on in. Thank you and good morning. And Sandra, you all make sure y'all hit that like button. I don't have time to look at to see whether everybody hit that like button, but y'all come on in. Let me see. Let me look at it. Okay, y'all are. Okay, thank you. Hit that like button coming in because I'm in rare form today, and nobody is hampering my efforts right now. Nope, because I got what I need. I got my lemon water here. I got some snacks here. I got my water, regular water bottle too. I got my I don't know what kind of juice that is. It's kind of reddish purpley juice. I guess it may be. I don't know. Let me ask y'all. Tell me, what color is this? See that juice? I don't know what color that is. Blueberry. Some type of berry juice or something. I don't know. But anyway, he made sure I got everything I need. And I'm going to thank my husband for that. Husband, thank you for making sure I'm straight today because yesterday I had a hard day. I had a hard day. Yes, I did. It was a hard day yesterday. And then after all that, we got all this beautiful storm rain that came through. Oh, yes. And I was so happy with my husband. I even helped him by helping him. I didn't get in no cars. I helped him to bring one of the cars that was sitting out. I bring it in, and it was put in the wrong place because the cars, people. Let me just say this: can y'all in my house park in your own parking garages? Because when you go just pull into a parking garage just to pull in, you take the space from the biggest cars that need that space. Okay, one particular garage is not as big as all the other ones. Okay, so you got to park where you're supposed to park because you never know when a storm gonna come. They did not know. They did not know. So I stood out there because the sucker was so big. You know, we got all big cars, but that one was too big. We had to push the what do you call them? The headlight. What do you call them? The lights on the side of the cars. Push them in. Have them pushed in so you can pull in. And then it was too big. It was way too big for that spot. I couldn't get out. I couldn't get around because I couldn't get around. It was way too long and way too big. But we got it in there. I had to get in the car and go across the seat and get out while my husband, after he brought it in. So, family member, y'all park. Take your own garages. Don't be parking in garages just because you want that one. We've been doing this for a long time now. Y'all do it right because that's stress on me. Y'all be stressing me out. Okay? I was stressed out yesterday because I didn't have my stuff I need. Now I got my stuff I need and I was trying to rest. So let's my husband cooked me some wonderful food yesterday. When I got off, I told him how long I've been on. I said I was on a 5-hour live and I'm hungry. Next thing I looked up, I'm getting all comfortable taking a shower so I can get in and up in my bed and watch 90 Day Fiance. Next thing, my daughter coming in and telling me, Mom, food is ready. Food is ready. When did the husband? I didn't know he was cooking. He cooked me some good fish. And my daughter made this sauce. I thought I was eating from a restaurant. And then he had my favorite side dish to the side. Oh my God, it was so good. That's all I'm thinking about, and that's what I want today. He never cooked that for me, but it was good. He had some carb fish. I think he called it carb. I thought it was catfish. I didn't know. I thought I was eating catfish until he came past, walking past, and I said, "This is so good." I said, "What type of fish is this?" I just want to make sure I was right because sometimes I'm not right when it comes to food. He said, "Carb." I said, "This is carb?" Not that I know what carb tastes like. This is carb? I thought it was catfish. She said, "No, that's carb, Pinkie." I said, "Oh my Lord, this is so good." And I said, "This sauce is so good. Our baby girl made up." Ooh, I said, it tastes like I'm eating from a restaurant. Yeah. So kudos to Mr. Pinkie. That's my husband. Kudos. And then when I came out the bathroom from getting all ready, comfortable, guess what? My bed was made for me to lay in it. Well, he makes the bed in the morning, but all day it was made. And I looked up, my bed was made. I was so happy. And then I came out, he was cutting this big watermelon and everything up. Oh my God, I tell you. And I was a little kind of upset because I wasn't happy yesterday morning, but that's okay. We're going to go ahead and let this man talk. So I'm happy today, guys. Okay. I'm really, really happy today. I just need to call my doctors because I don't know what, I had an appointment today, this week, my physical therapy. I don't know what day it was. So I got to find out what day was my physical therapy this week. I'm not going nowhere today. And I'm not going tomorrow. So, but they need to tell me what day and what time it is. So I can go maybe next week. It'll be my first time missing physical therapy since I started back. So, but guys, let's go ahead and get this thing popping. Let's get back to this man. He's telling us, Deonte, he won that. He won it yesterday. He knocked. Okay, here we go.
Expected to testify today. She's really considered one of the government's most important witnesses. A woman who worked closely with Diddy is expected to share firsthand experiences of abuse.
Mia is another key witness. Mia, who is one of Diddy's former assistants and alleged victims, is expected to testify throughout the day. I'm reading what on the side. Nash, a close friend of Cassie's, provided detailed testimony yesterday about witnesses Diddy physically assaulted Cassie in her apartment years ago. Yes, that was Deonte Nash. And then celebrity stylist Deonte Nash set to take the stand again today. I was reading it from the bottom to the top. Sorry about that, guys. Okay. Y'all don't expect me to do things other people would do. Read from the top. Sometimes I just pick out a spot and start reading, and then I just fill it all back in. Okay.
Cassie Ventura, she is considered a central figure for the prosecution's case. Now, Mia is not her real name. She's going to testify under a pseudonym so that her identity can remain anonymous because of some of the sensitivity surrounding her accusations, her allegations, and what she says happened to her. So that's a move that's sometimes done to protect privacy and safety in cases like this, sex trafficking cases. So overall, Mia's testimony is expected to echo, but also maybe strengthen Cassie's claims. And the overall story and narrative that the prosecutors are telling here is that this was systemic control, fear, and violence. And that's kind of helping the prosecution expand this to a broader case, so it's not just about Cassie. One of the other things that happened here with the jury out of the room, both sides were at one point debating what they can and cannot talk to Mia about during her testimony, particularly evidence the defense wants to bring up during cross-examination. So sometimes before a witness even comes to the stand, the prosecutors and the defense will have a sidebar with the judge where they'll kind of break down what the prosecution may object to, what the defense may object to, and where the middle ground might be where the judge is going to allow things. So it could definitely show how much the defense is allowed to challenge his credibility or past, and how much the jury will ultimately hear, because sometimes defense will ask a question, the judge will say, okay, strike that from the record, and so on and so forth. And the judge's rulings here are really critical to how persuasive or limited her testimony might be. Again, right now on the stand is Deonte Nash. He is the former stylist who began testifying yesterday afternoon, and he is continuing to testify this morning. We do have some of the updates that have come out so far. And he's been a key witness for the prosecution. Let's see, what are some of the updates that just came out this morning? They're saying that the prosecution has to prove that Cassie Ventura was forced and coerced to engage in commercial sex acts. And so part of what Deonte Nash will testify to are some of the circumstances that may or may not link directly back to Diddy, because he is one of the people who was sort of in this inner circle, so to speak. So he's on the stand right now. Close friend of Cassie provided detailed testimony yesterday about witnessing Diddy physically assaulting Cassie in her apartment years ago. And that other key witness that we're expecting is Mia, who's one of Diddy's former assistants and an alleged victim. She's expected to testify through Friday. So if she gets to the stand today, likely she will also continue testifying on Friday. Maybe when her testimony is over on Friday, that could be it for this week. You get the break and come back on Monday. So again, we're taking a live look down here at 500 Pearl Street, Lower Manhattan, federal court, where we have seen so many high-profile trials over the course of history in New York City. And this one, certainly of its age, of its day, given the notoriety of Diddy, given who he is, what he represents, not just in music, but pop culture. And it doesn't get much bigger than this. So the question, are the people testifying being paid by the prosecution in cases like this or in any case? The prosecution does not pay the witness. If they were to pay the witness, that would be something that the defense could immediately point out to the judge, and it could really cause some huge problems for the prosecution, just in terms of whether or not this would be declared a mistrial. Because when you think about it, you can't pay a witness. In these cases, the prosecution can't pay the witness because then the witness may represent what they know or what they don't know in a way that's beneficial to the prosecution's case because they're the ones who are being paid. In the case of someone like Deonte Nash, that's an individual who didn't even want to testify. They said that they're still on speaking terms with Diddy, still on speaking terms with Cassie. Knew them both, was a stylist for them both, but was obligated to come and testify because that individual was subpoenaed to testify. If you don't show up for your subpoena, you got to answer to the judge. If you don't show up at all, you could have your own set of legal problems. So that is kind of what's happening with that situation there. So again, we are live on our YouTube page here. It's a page where I know a lot of people will kind of come to our YouTube site here, and they want to be involved in the discussion and want to be engaged in what's happening. And I get it. I mean, it makes sense. For a lot of people, Diddy meant so much, not just sort of in where he stands today and kind of who he has become, but also, if you're in your 40s, you're in your 50s, late 30s or something like that, you grew up with Diddy, you grew up with his music, you grew up where he was definitely one of the major figures in hip hop and the media. He was always in the headlines. So she's at the baseline layer, the bottom layer. The testimonies from others then back up her claims and show a broader pattern of behavior. So Deonte Nash, who's the celebrity stylist who's on the stand now, he claimed Diddy verbally and physically abused Cassie. We also heard this week from Capricorn Clark, who's a former assistant. She testified that Diddy once forced her at one point to join him in a confrontation with rapper Kid Cudi. Who's rapper Kid Cudi? Well, Kid Cudi was someone who had a brief relationship with Cassie. Cassie, of course, is Diddy's ex-girlfriend. And he testified that after a falling out with Diddy, his home was broken into and his Porsche was firebombed. Prosecutors using that as a way to paint Diddy as a vengeful and capable of violence, sort of going toward that racketeer case. Then we heard from some experts. Dr. Dawn Hughes explained how victims of abuse often stay silent and remain in contact with their abusers or delay reporting, setting the stage for jurors to see Cassie's behavior as consistent with trauma, not fabrication. So the picture there, I just layered it out, right? So you have the different levels of who's testifying. One story corroborates the other one, corroborates that one, builds on the evidence. So Cassie shows what happened, others show it wasn't just her. Experts explain why victims act the way they do.
Yes.
A multi-pronged approach meant to show a pattern of predatory behavior, not just a bag breakup or some isolated incident or something like that. Those words, control and power and fear, are kind of at the heart of what prosecutors want to get across to jurors. So again, if anyone has questions, we're asking you guys to just sort of go ahead and weigh in whenever you want, whenever you can. When you think about the other side of it too, the side of it from the defense, their argument is obvious to kind of a lot of people who may not be in the courtroom, but you're just getting the headlines. Because obviously you can't get every single thing that happens when you're in the court because there's no cameras.
Hey guys, what we're going to do, since he is still live, he's going to be live for a while. I have something I want to show you all so we can get caught up from what all happened yesterday. So I'm going to put that up. It's not very long. It's real short. We're going to watch that, and then we're going to come back to the live because it's just 11:53. We want to come back. So when they get ready to go to lunch. So in case it's 11:53 their time, almost 12 o'clock. Let me see how long that is. Let me just see how long that little video is. Okay, let me just check because we don't want to miss up. And I can pause it right where he's at. So we can still catch up, and then I can refresh and bring the live at the current stage where they are. Okay, let me just check on that video. I can't remember how long it was. Let me where is okay. Okay, I just have to see how long it was. Okay, tell you what, let's go ahead and do this. Okay, this is ABC News. This is yesterday. All the big broad picture from yesterday. So then when we go back to him, when I already heard some of the stuff, when we go back, we're going to continue to fill in those pieces. Okay. This is going to talk about the Stylist, the LAFD arson investigator. His name was, what was his name? I remember half of his name. What was his? Wait now. Lance. Okay, Lance. We just gonna, that's his first name. Okay, we just gonna call him, just like I call Kid Cudi. Y'all know who he is. We just gonna, the awesome investigator's first name is Lance. Lance something. Lance J. Okay, we're gonna call him Lance. And J. Okay. Okay. Thank you, Sharon. Okay, let's go ahead and get this started right quick. That information for this video will be down in my description box. Okay, so y'all can see it and everything. So here we go. Let me get it big, so y'all can see it. I got to have everything big because I want y'all to see stuff. I don't want y'all to see. Let me get my glasses now. Because I got to see too, because I don't have my glasses on. Okay, here it is, guys. Oh, I already been watching it. Ooh, you can see why I stopped at. Let me bring this sucker back. That's why I want y'all to see it. I watched it this morning while getting dressed. Okay, here we go.
Hello, I'm Vivian. Thanks for streaming with us. Day 11 of testimony in the Sean Diddy Combs sex trafficking and racketeering trial. A former stylist for Sean Diddy Combs taking the stand, testifying about the tumultuous relationship between Cassie Ventura and the music mogul, saying he heard Combs call Ventura insulting names and threatened to beat her. The stylist also testified he heard Combs tell Cassie that he wouldn't put her music out, that he would get her parents fired from their jobs, that he would put out sex tapes. Now, earlier today, the judge denying the defense's motion for a mistrial after a Los Angeles Fire Department arson investigator testified that fingerprint evidence from the suspected break-in of rapper Kid Cudi's house was destroyed. That investigator testified he did not order the prints destroyed. The fire department concluding that the 2012 fire set inside Kid Cudi's car was caused by a makeshift firebomb known as a Molotov cocktail. The investigator telling the jury, quote, "Somebody had lit it, cut the roof, and dropped it in the front seat. In my opinion, it was targeted." And weeks after testifying as a prosecution star witness, we learned today that Cassie Ventura has given birth to her third child. Sean Combs has pleaded not guilty to all charges. His defense team says any sexual encounters were consensual. If convicted, Combs faces the possibility of life in prison. We have our team closely following the case from inside the courtroom, but we began outside the federal courthouse in Manhattan with Aaron Kotursky, our chief investigative correspondent. Aaron, the trial might be here in New York, but much of today's testimony was about something that happened in Los Angeles.
Right in the Hollywood Hills, when Kid Cudi says his Porsche 911 Cabriolet was torched with a Molotov cocktail. And Lance Jimenez, the LA Fire Department arson investigator who responded, showed the jury pictures of everything that he encountered. The 40-ounce bottle of malt liquor, Old English 800, was the bottle used to make the Molotov cocktail. There was what he described as a fancy handkerchief or some kind of cloth used as the wick. Gasoline in the bottle dropped through a slit that was cut in the canvas roof of the sports car. But all of that paled in comparison to the fingerprints that Jimenez revealed had been discovered at Kid Cudi's house. Apparently, Eva, after the earlier break-in at Kid Cudi's house, and remember there's been testimony that Sean Combs and a bodyguard ended up at Kid Cudi's house after he got upset that Kid Cudi had been dating Cassie Ventura. After that break-in, apparently Kid Cudi had his whole house swept for fingerprints and apparently gave the arson investigator 2 prints that were lifted from the glass door.
And there was also a lot made about this black glove that was found. What was that all about?
This was on cross-examination. And I think that the goal of the defense is to try to undermine the credibility of the investigation, maybe suggest that the arson investigator had done a shoddy job, because the defense kept harping on this single black driving glove that was found on the back seat, maybe insinuating that, I don't know, Kid Cudi lit his own car on fire. It wasn't clear where the defense was going, but ultimately the arson investigator said the glove wasn't terribly significant because Kid Cudi told him it was his.
At one point today, Sean Combs' defense team asked the judge to declare a mistrial. What led up to that?
So Jimenez was talking about the fingerprints that had been found on the glass door of Kid Cudi's house. And I think the implication was he could have used them to compare fingerprints lifted from some of the evidence at the arson scene in the driveway. But he told federal prosecutors that the prints were somehow destroyed while they were in the custody of the LAPD. And when federal prosecutor Christy Slavic asked Jimenez, is that unusual for evidence to be destroyed during an ongoing investigation? The defense jumped up to object, and outside the presence of the jury, called prosecutors outrageous. The defense saw the question as an attempt to drop an inference in the jurors' minds that somehow Combs was responsible and could buy his way out of trouble by paying off someone at the LAPD to destroy evidence. The judge didn't see it that way. He denied the mistrial, but the defense was sure upset for a minute.
Combs' ex-Cassie Ventura, not in court today, but still making headlines.
She had a baby, her third child, and that comes, 2 weeks after she gave such a dramatic, emotional, disturbing, graphic testimony here in court. In fact, her former stylist, Deonte Nash, ended up saying congratulations from the witness stand, and that was sort of everybody's confirmation that she had a baby. And we don't know any more details than that, but after such a wrenching time on the witness stand, a happier moment for Cassie Ventura and her husband.
What was Combs' reaction to today's testimony? Was his family there with him today?
3 sons were there in the row where they've been sitting. His mother was there. Combs actually seemed like he was in a pretty good mood today. He was laughing quite a lot and consulting with his lawyers, gesturing to people in the audience.
Eric Kutursky, thank you so much for being with us. I want to bring in our ABC News legal contributor, Brian Buckmeyer, to break down the testimony that we saw on the witness stand today. Brian, let's get straight into it. So what was your big moment of the day?
It's got to be the request for mistrial, but even more so than that, the lead up to it. And now, Aaron Kutursky did bring it up. I'm going to give you a little bit more context. It was very clear what the government was doing, at least from the defense attorney's eyes, that there were fingerprints found in the home during the arson investigation that was tied to an earlier incident, being the burglary. There's fingerprints on the vehicle, and that these fingerprints had disappeared. The government went in on question after question as to how these fingerprints would be destroyed properly, and that the proper process did not actually happen here, and then ultimately suggesting that they were just gone. But the judge said that the prosecution did not go one step further, getting the answer as to whether or not this was unusual, and so application for a mistrial was denied, according to the judge.
Okay, there was this LAPD officer who responded to that reported break-in at Kid Cudi's home. Walk us through that investigation.
So we've heard about this initial incident when it comes to the alleged burglary, but which these law enforcement officers actually put down in his report is a trespass. Now, just for explanation, burglary is trespass plus, so like trespassing someone's home and stealing inside, or trespassing someone's home and committing a felony therein. So calling it just a simple trespass suggested that he did not see any evidence of a further crime inside, but he did go inside, ask questions, ask follow-up as to who he should contact. Capricorn Clark was someone he's supposed to follow up with. Cassie Ventura was someone he's supposed to follow up with. But according to him, even though he reached out multiple times, they did not get back to him. And the defense tried to make it seem like he only started reaching out to women after he found there's female DNA on the crime scene, specifically that Molotov cocktail. But that information never really got out through cross-examination, just the insinuation of it.
Okay, so that arson investigator, let's talk about him and the evidence that he potentially found. What did he find?
A lot. Okay, so we've already saw some of the photos of the damage to Kid Cudi's Porsche 911. We also saw evidence of a lighter that was left not too far from the vehicle, as well as this container and the bottle of malt liquor. That is, you can zoom in, you can really see how much gasoline was still in there, and that the arson expert said he could smell, but also tested and confirmed. And then, of course, you have like this silk kind of fabric here that we believe was inside this Molotov cocktail, fell out, was damaged in many ways. They called it a designer piece of silk, and that's why it kind of fell apart. And you don't see the damage you typically see from a Molotov cocktail that firebombs a place. But these evidence were collected and shown to the jury as to how this investigation rolled out for the arsons.
A designer piece of silk?
Yeah, he was able to say that because of this portion here that's not burned, you can see that one was like silky and very soft, and also the design on it, the investigator kept calling it a designer piece of silk, which at least in my mind, I'm like, okay, so who would have a designer piece of silk that you might use a Molotov cocktail? When they were talking about the bottle, I was shocked that it was malt liquor and not another bottle that might be signature to Sean Combs, but they tried to insinuate that maybe designer had something to do with who it did.
Okay, let's talk about that black glove. I asked Aaron about this as well. It was found in the car. Is that important?
So I think when it comes to the defense's case, there's not going to be one piece of evidence that you're going to say, you know what, this black glove is the reason why you must acquit. It's not that kind of case. But it was a small piece of evidence where they were trying to insinuate that the person who threw the Molotov cocktail inside of this car might have been using that black glove to protect themselves, and that the the investigator should have investigated, should have seen what the DNA was, instead of simply taking the word of Kid Cudi to say that a single glove, because they couldn't find the other one, was his, and they should not test it or check it, saying that the alleged victim here is directing the investigation and not the people who are investigating the case.
Brian Buckner, always so good to have you break this down for us. Thank you so much. Well, the show is called Burden of Proof, and that burden, well, it rests on the prosecution. And here's the superseding indictment that they brought against Sean Combs. The very first count Diddy is facing: racketeering conspiracy. The indictment accused Combs of creating a criminal enterprise with members and associates engaging in crimes like sex trafficking, forced labor, kidnapping, arson, bribery, and obstruction of justice. But what exactly is racketeering conspiracy? To break it all down for us, I want to bring in Michael Bachner. He's a criminal defense attorney here in New York City who is not involved in this case. Michael, thank you so much for being with us. Okay, so Combs has denied the accusations, pleaded not guilty, but help us understand exactly what he's accused of. What is racketeering conspiracy?
So the Racketeering Act, also known as RICO, came about in 1970 and was really established to fight organized crime, but it's been morphed into prosecuting people in gangs, in legitimate businesses, etc. So basically the government's got to prove that there was an enterprise. The enterprise is a partnership, a corporation, a group of people acting together like a gang. And that can be an enterprise. They then have to show that there was a pattern of activity. So that pattern could be that they have to demonstrate that 2 predicate acts were committed during the course of a 10-year period of time. Those predicate acts can be the bribery that's been alleged that occurred with Mr. Flores. It could be the arson. It could be the burglary. They've alleged particular patterns of conduct in the indictment. Then they have to show there's something called continuity. Continuity means that these are patterns of conduct that occurred over a prolonged period of time. They didn't just occur in a week or 2 weeks or a month, but that there's a fear that this type of conduct will continue into the future. And then they have to show, of course, that the defendant, that is Mr. Combs, that there was a hierarchy, a structure involved, and that Mr. Combs either ran it or participated in it along with other conspirators. And contrary to what people believe, you don't have to name the other conspirators in the indictment by name. You don't have to charge them. You just have to allege that they existed and call them as witnesses or produce evidence that there was more than one person, that is Combs and one other person at least.
Okay, you mentioned it, but we keep hearing this term RICO in this case. What exactly is that? How tough is it to get a RICO conviction on something like this?
So RICO, this Racketeer Influence Corrupt Organizations Act, it's a tough type of charge to prove, basically because it's kind of complicated. The jury is going to get the law from the judge, and the judge is going to say, ladies and gentlemen, to convict Mr. Combs, you have to find, first of all, there was this Combs enterprise. That is, there was a hierarchy, a structure that Mr. Combs ran, was part of, etc. Then you're going to have to show that there was this pattern of activity. You're going to have to find that he at least committed or was involved in or directed the commission of an arson, a burglary, the bribery, the sex trafficking, some of the acts alleged in the indictment, which the judge will instruct the jury on. And then he's going to say that you must find this continuity purpose. And they're also, of course, going to have to show that Combs was involved in the conspiracy, that it was an actual agreement that he had. It doesn't have to be in writing. It doesn't have to be, written in blood. It's got to be an agreement, an understanding, even informal, with at least one other person, that this is how the structure of the organization would be running. And the organization can be a legitimate organization, but has illegitimate goals. And the government is alleging that this was a structured community that Combs ran, that people abided by his wishes. He directed that the abuse occur. He directed that these freak-offs occur, that people cleaned up for him, that people bribed for him, that people committed arson for him, they burglarized for him, all in support of the organization. It can't just be random, unrelated acts. They have to be related conduct, these predicate acts. And the government's alleging all of this stuff together was in order for Combs to maintain his hierarchy, to maintain the enterprise.
And the prosecution is still presenting their case, but when Combs' team gets up there to present his defense, how do you defend a case like this?
Well, I was one of the lawyers in Combs' first case in 2001, representing a co-defendant in the case, and we were lucky not to have to deal with this type of RICO issue. But the defense is kind of the same. They're going to be alleging that the Combs' abuse, which they admitted on their opening statement existed, was domestic in nature. This is just a horrible way that he behaved. He's a bad guy. He's a creep, all of those things. But they're going to have to try and show that the acts were consensual, that there was no pattern, no conduct, and no hierarchy, and Combs was not directing this conduct.
Michael Bachner, thank you so much for being with us. Still ahead, the legal strategy behind the defense's request for a mistrial and why the judge may have denied it. Also ahead, will Diddy take the stand? We're answering some of the top questions people are asking about the trial online. Stay with us.
Oh my God, guys. Let me just pause it for a moment. Okay. You're just the facts. Thank you for coming into the Pink House. There was one part I did want to go back to, but I don't want to forget where we are. Okay. Let me just go ahead and try to go back. I think it's around up in here. Let me see. Right here. Okay. Yeah, right here. What the charges? Let me go ahead. The first charge is 1 count of you're welcome. Thank you. Just the facts. Um, 1 count of racketeering conspiracy. Racketeering. I think they already proved that to me. That's in my opinion, and I'm not an attorney, and I don't. But I'm not in law enforcement. I'm not even have a law degree or anything. Just my personal opinion. I'm just a housewife. Okay, Pinkie the Housewife. But in my opinion, and everybody have an opinion, the racketeering. They already proved that in my. They proved that with not just Capricorn, but with the stylist himself yesterday. He corroborated. He what Cassie was saying, what Capricorn mentioned, and we ain't talking about what's his name, the Punisher. The Punisher, he was just a joke to me. I heard that he apologized to Cassie for not believing or understanding or seeing that she was a victim, that she didn't want that to happen, but she was forced. It's about time because his testimony and then those interviews he was doing after his testimony, he was doing those to promote his book. And that's what I think. And if he wasn't Punisher, hit me up. Hit me up and let's talk about it. The Punisher, I'm talking to you. Hit me up. I would love to change my mind about you. But right now, my mind is fixed. But only way that I can change that is let me hear from you. Hit me up on the DM or get in my chat or get him. Send me a text or something. Because I would love to hear your apology, but also I would love for you to explain yourself. You don't have to recount everything you said after the on the stand and to the reporters and stuff, news outlets. I just want to hear that you now understand after seeing all this stuff unfold. That can you see it in a different light now? The actions that her actions and his actions, and see what was. Did it change your mind, or can you go back and say, "Oh, now I see why she was acting that way. Now I see this. Now I understand." Can you hit me up? I would love to give you a platform so you can let everybody know. Redeem yourself. The Punisher is guilty of prostitution. He was paid for sex. That was the crime he committed, which is Diddy's charge 3. Yeah. Punisher, you got some explaining to do. I would there will be no attacks on my channel. You will be safe, unlike somebody else. Your voice will be safe on my channel. Okay, I won't let my chat come at you. I'll let you speak. I'll give you the floor. Okay. The Punisher didn't want to say much on the stand because he could have been charged. He should have asked for immunity. Yes, he should have, because he was like, "Oh, he didn't see that. There was no abuse, no coercion that I saw, no abuse that I saw. I just saw a husband and wife, a couple. There was no doggone husband and wife." And also he's trying to sell his book. So if you want to come on my channel, I'll give you the platform to do it. Okay. But anyway, so the racketeering, that been established a while ago. Okay, in my point, with everybody, because we kept thinking, "Oh, Capricorn testimony just blew the case down." And then we said the same thing about the rest of them. Now the Punisher, we ain't saying it about you. And then when Deonte got up there, oh my God, he was the strongest witness to me. He was the strongest. He was in the action. He was running for his life too. So can't nobody tell me anything when it comes to him. He did it. Thank you, the stylist, Deonte. Thank you, Deonte Nash. You did it. Okay. Also, as for the 2 counts of sex trafficking, we had already established that too. That was established a while ago too. And then we got 2 counts of transportation to engage in prostitution. Oh yeah, that was, I'm just going to say that was established with Cassie. That was established. I'm freezing up the defense and already proved their case. Let me just get on back into this. I'm going to go back to where we left off at. It was at 15.
Welcome back to ABC News Live. Day 11 of testimony in the Sean Diddy Combs trial. A celebrity stylist to a Los Angeles Fire Department arson investigator, all taking the stand. Let's get right into breaking down the key legal strategies that we saw playing out in court. Brian Buckmeyer playing the defense, Bernardo Villalona playing prosecutor. Brian, let's start with you. We kind of talked about this a little bit earlier. The fingerprint evidence from the break-in at Pinkie Cuddy's house. It caused a whole thing in court today. Why did that cause such a stir?
Because the insinuation that the defense made that the government was attempting to do, that there were fingerprints, clearly no one knew who they connected with, that were on the glass of the Kid Cudi's home, and also what we just heard, that there were fingerprints on the portion of the letter. It would insinuate that at some point in time they were going to cross-reference them and see who it was. You know, Sean Combs was accused of burglarizing Kid Cudi's home, and then it got to the point of like, okay, it's destroyed. How do you think it get destroyed? And it kept going and going and going to the point it's like, where are you trying to land this plane? And when it got to the point of asking,
the Diddler is not going to put his hands on nothing. That's what he got all his stooges for. You know, that's why he got all those people, his security. He got everybody working for him. Anybody that works for him, that's that's their job. It's not in their job description, but that's their job. You can come in as an assistant, but you out there dealing drugs too, because that's your job when you work for him. Now, if you're a security guard, that's your job to sit back and watch him SA a girl or a man. That's your job, to sit back and just sit there and let him do whatever. If he want to beat somebody, that's your job, to sit back and watch. You can't do nothing, so you sit back and watch and make sure nobody interrupts what he's doing. It's not in your job description, but that's your job. That's part of your job. That's why half of the people should be right there with him on trial.
I said, is it unusual for this to be destroyed? That's when the defense jumped up and said, we can see. We've seen cases like the Rust case with Al Bolton, where a mistrial argument actually led to a dismissal. That's what we're hoping for. Doesn't always happen, but we make the argument.
Where were they trying to land the plane?
I don't know.
Land that plane.
When you see something like this happen, does this worry you at all that this could come back to haunt you later?
Yes, but usually when you're the prosecutor and you're the person that's trying the case, your goal is to get the conviction and let someone else deal with the appeal. But I would say I was in the courtroom when this happened, and literally there were gasps in the air in the sense of that the person that was sitting next, we started looking at each other and we were looking at the jury. In terms of the defense asked for a mistrial, that was later on, not in the presence of the jury. But it was clear from how the questions were going that the insinuation was that someone in Diddy's camp was responsible for getting rid of those fingerprint cards, especially when you take into account Capricorn Clark had testified that she had this conversation with Pierre, who's in the defense's camp, shortly before she got fired, which was around the time of when this fingerprint card was used. So huge concern with the prosecution, but this prosecution is not thinking about it because their goal is to get a conviction, not to worry about the appeal.
All right, well, the credibility of the arson investigator also seemed to be something the defense was sort of trying to make an issue today. Why? What was the issue here?
Well, this is how it works when it comes to credibility. If you don't have the facts, you argue the law. If you don't have the law or the facts, you argue credibility. And when it comes to this investigation, you're trying to say this investigation was steered by Kid Cudi. There was clearly a black glove inside that car. It's the crime scene. Why would you not test it? What? Because the person told you not to test it. That's not how law enforcement operates. Now, are you making a mountain out of a molehill? Absolutely. But this is why we put on nice seats to become defense attorneys, because sometimes those mountains do get acquitted. And so you're going to try to get that one person on the jury to be like, you know what, yeah, I should have checked that glove. Because they did it, I'm not quite sure. And that's how you try to walk your way to acquittal.
Your thoughts? So in terms of the glove, I wasn't concerned about it because during the direct, the prosecution immediately went and asked this investigator, was like, look, is there a reason why you didn't find that the glove was of importance? And the investigator was like, of course, because the owner of the car said it's my glove. Obviously, he didn't set his own car on fire.
I was not obvious unless you test the glove.
It's his glove. He's not going to burn his own car. An entire investigation, so it's not relevant to the investigation.
Yes, no one's ever burned their own property before in the whole history.
Okay. All right, let's move on to this next issue. The celebrity stylist that took a stand. He said he heard Combs tell Ventura, quote, he would beat her. If you're the defense, you hear him say that, what are you thinking?
I think similar to what we saw in other witnesses, you avoid that conversation and try to go somewhere else. Because I think when it comes to Deonte Nash, he was a phenomenal witness for the government in trying to show coercion and control and assault. I mean, when they're talking about Cassie hearing that Sean Combs was downstairs and trying to jump off of a balcony, you try to avoid that and try to focus on other issues of this case, where you're going to try to paint the relationship with Cassie and Sean Combs as toxic, equally using drugs. You're going to try to continue down that path of these are two individuals who are in the thralls of drug abuse and domestic violence, and this isn't trafficking, this is domestic violence. You try to pivot how you're going to talk about that conversation.
How does Deonte Nash help the prosecution?
Deonte Nash played a crucial part in the prosecution's case today. And Deonte Nash was, number one, able to corroborate the violence. Number two, corroborate the control that Sean Combs had over her career. But number three, also corroborated the sense that for the first time, you're hearing that Cassie had told someone that, look, I did not want to participate in the free calls. I did not want to go to the hotel. So instead of the jury trying to infer that that's what she felt and didn't want to participate in the free calls, now you have it coming out of her own mouth. While it's taking place, she's telling someone else. And Deonte Nash came off very credible. But I want to spin off to another question that was asked of Deonte Nash, that was asked to cross-examination, and which was a bombshell for the defense. When asked whether Deonte Nash, whether he was an employee of the enterprise, yes. He got paid by that boy, yes. Did you participate in any criminal activity under Mr. Combs? Yes. Huge bombshell, because now you have the criminal enterprise and people acting and committing crimes under that criminal enterprise. They weren't expecting that answer.
Did they say what he did?
No, they moved on fast from it because that is a bombshell. They asked a question that they didn't know the answer to.
Which is a cardinal sin for any defense attorney. If you don't know the answer, don't ask a question, because you get stuff like that, I could bury your case.
All right, we're going to leave it there. Brian Buckmeyer from Round of Yellow, and thank you both for being with us. Coming up, will Diddy take the stand? We're answering some of the top questions people are asking about the trial online when we come back. Some of today's biggest search terms include Deonte Nash's testimony, will Diddy testify, what is a mistrial, and Cassie gives birth. ABC News contributor Kelly Carter joins us now from Los Angeles. She covers entertainment and pop culture for us. So the question that we've seen a lot of people searching, will Diddy testify? I mean, that's the million-dollar question, isn't it?
I mean, question that needs an answer. Everyone wants to know, are we going to actually hear from Sean Combs himself? I think part of this is this idea of, you know, there's his side, her side, the truth. They want to hear what he has to say. So let's see. It remains to be seen. We don't know the answer just yet.
People are also searching, what is a mistrial?
You know, I've said this before. This all is reminiscent of the People versus OJ. Like, we have to start over. I don't think that anyone working on this trial really wants that.
And we have time for one more question.
Yeah.
Cassie gives birth.
Cassie is a new mom again, ×3, which again reminds us how close to delivering she was when she actually was on the stand 2 weeks ago.
Kelly Carter, thank you so much for being with us today.
Thank you.
And thank you for joining us. We'll be back with new episodes every day of the trial on ABC News Live, Disney Plus, and Hulu at 5:30 p.m.
Okay, guys. Wait, let me pause this right quick. Okay, guys. Let's go back and see what's happening at the courthouse out front. Okay, so we're going to go back there. We got to go back to the courthouse. Okay, wait, let me just get rid of this. All right. I'm going to go ahead and unpause it. I want to try to keep it where we were.
Violence. So will the jury question that credibility in that sense and could undermine the entire foundation of the case? So in other words, if you undermine Cassie's story, does it undermine the rest of what happens here? If the one building block is unstable, does the rest of it fall apart? And so the other element here with that is most of the witnesses who we heard from, except for who we may hear from next, which is going to be this woman, Mia, most witnesses are corroborative. They're not victims themselves. So far, the government's witnesses like Deonte Nash and Capricorn Clark, their former employees or associates, they helped paint a pattern, but didn't experience abuse firsthand. They witnessed it. And that makes Cassie's testimony so far the only direct, detailed account of long-term sexual exploitation. Unclear exactly what's going to happen with Mia, who's the next witness who's going to be testified, a Diddy personal assistant, former assistant, and says she's a victim of alleged violence and things along those lines. But she hasn't testified yet. We'll see what's going to happen. The defense also challenging the memory and motive of some of the people involved. And then another thing to keep in mind, and this is something that they've kind of argued about not off camera, but off the record, when the jury is behind the scenes, that how much can the prosecution sort of insinuate that Diddy may be responsible for the attack in Kid Cudi's house, or for the so-called firebombing of his Porsche. And so, in some sense, there's no direct physical evidence tying Diddy to some of the crimes. Some of the more serious claims, like the firebombing of Kid Cudi's Porsche, no forensic evidence linking Diddy directly. He's not charged with that, unless you want to file it under the broad umbrella of the racketeering charge. No police reports, no physical evidence, and in some cases, just sort of contemporaneous complaints. The defense is going to say, "Where's the proof? Show me the proof," and it kind of opens the door for doubt. Doubt, as you know, reasonable doubt creates the possibility of acquittal in the trial. So the case is not necessarily about bad things that happen. It's about whether the government can prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Diddy was running this larger criminal enterprise with the very serious charges of sex trafficking and racketeering. So that's what's kind of just kind of a broad stroke there of what we're hearing, what we're thinking about when we hear some of these people testify. All right, so we do have an update that I want to give you of what's actually happening in the courtroom. So again, we have Deonte Nash who's testifying. The stylist says he left the hotel room one time. Ventura said Combs wanted another man over. Okay, so the defense attorney, I'm just sort of reading here. This is from the CNN reporter who's inside. The defense attorney returned to Deonte Nash's previous testimony about a trip to Las Vegas over New Year's in 2016 and 2017, when he saw a man enter Cassie Ventura and Sean Diddy Combs' hotel room. The celebrity stylist confirmed that he left their room after Ventura said Combs wanted to invite another man over. The defense attorney suggested that since Nash left without any questions, he must not have had any concerns about Ventura's safety. And Nash said, "I always did." And then he said, "But in this situation, you left the room anyway." And Nash responded, "Yes." So there you kind of have the defense poking holes in the prosecution's approach here and kind of how they want to frame it, that these people were living in fear of Diddy and fear of what he was capable of. But in this particular incident, they're saying that you may have feared it, but you just left and didn't say anything. You could interpret that kind of two ways, because you could say maybe he was too afraid he didn't even say anything at all and just sort of walked out. That's kind of the complexity of this case, where you do have certainly the physical evidence, the evidence of abuse, the video from inside the hotel of Diddy assaulting Cassie. But some of it here is he said, she said, this is what I heard, this is what I saw, and not sort of as much physical evidence as you might get in different kinds of cases. A lot of pictures and a lot of videos, though, and so the defense is going to definitely have a big mountain to climb in that sense. Sort of setting the stage here, we're looking live down here at Pearl Street in Lower Manhattan. and we are probably about an hour and a half into testimony today at the Diddy trial, and we are expecting that this will be a day where not just the celebrity stylist Deonte Nash, who's going to testify, who's on the stand right now, just sort of went through some of the testimony that he's given about different things that he saw over the course of time, but another key witness, and this could be a really pivotal moment in the case, the former assistant, Mia, who is one of Diddy's assistants, someone else sort of from this inner circle. She is apparently going to testify that she was an alleged victim and also experienced certain types of abuse. Why is that significant? All right, so far we've heard Cassie's story, and what's been testified to backs up Cassie's story. She's the emotional baseline of this case. But now if you have somebody else who's coming in, somebody else who's saying that she was also the victim,
Right.
then you get a different story. Then you have someone who
Right.
just is backing up the allegations that Cassie made about some of the things that Diddy was capable of, but also someone who is saying, I too was a victim.
I too.
How does that play with the jury? That's going to be a critical piece here, because the jury has to come to believe that this was more than just a domestic violence situation between two people and
Right.
others who got involved, and there was a fight, and this little ever Kid Cudi was involved, and Diddy got pissed off about this, and so on and so forth. The defense wants to say this is just a messy relationship, and these people were high profile. Prosecution is going to say, oh no, that's not what this is.
Guys, that everything he's saying, is great. And he actually, this is from Fox Local, this Fox News and everything. He's doing a good job in bringing us up to date and everything. But I want to see what's going on outside the courthouse as well. So since he is still live, he'll be live for a while. Let's see what else is going on outside the courthouse, okay? And while I do that, let me see. There's guys, let me see. Here's some of the stuff that I went on so far. Let me start from the bottom, because don't ask me. I can start from the top, but I'm going to start from the bottom, because if I start from the bottom, they're going upward with the what happened. So that's where we're going to start from. Let me see. Soft white umbrella photography. Okay. We're going to start. Let me see where it starts from. Okay. This is unveiling Sean's case, allegations, the parties, and major events. Okay. Let me just, we're going to start, and this is timing 8, this is in the morning, this morning. Okay. And then we're just, all this information will be down in my description box below my video. You'll look up on the credit. If I use a video from the major news outlet, I will put their information up under it. So if you want to go back and look at that video, you can. Thank you, Sharon. Start from wherever you want to, Miss Pinkie. That's what I'm doing. Thank you. Okay, because I'll bring y'all back. Let me just read this, and then we're going to go ahead and see what's going on outside the courthouse. Outside the courthouse is always crazy. It's crazy. Girl, y'all get a chance to see some of your favorite content creators out there in New York in front of the courthouse, and girl, stuff be popping off. With not just even the bystanders out there. They're just popping off and talking to themselves and going crazy. Oh, Lord, one woman was getting roasted yesterday by another man that was out there. He wasn't a content creator, I don't think, but because she said something about Diddy is a good man or something. You raised a good man or something to his mama, Sean Diddy's mom. And boy, after his mom passed and went on into courthouse, boy, that they went at it. They went at it. But anyway, Sean Diddy Combs could be sent to prison for life if convicted at his trial on federal sex trafficking and racketeering charges, which started May 5th in New York. And remember, I said it started. Everybody knows it started May 5th. Okay, but okay, this is around. Okay, this is still this morning. Court is running a little behind Thursday morning. So I'm glad they was running behind because I was running behind too. And you know, I'm an hour behind them. So they running behind is good for me. Okay, the judge just entered about 10 minutes behind schedule. And it says Sean Diddy Combs is back in his sweater and white collar shirt combo. He was in deep conversation with lead counsel Mark, before the next witness took the stand, or before the judge took the bench, not before the judge, because you know the judge was running behind, everybody was running behind. But 10 minutes is not bad, but shoot, the morning should be see the confusion cross all the examination, the cross examination of the celebrity stylist witness Deonte Nash just blew the sucker off the roof. Okay, he had a very explosive testimony yesterday because he witnessed the beatings. He witnessed him driving Cassie from place to place. At one time, at one point, he testified that Cassie wanted to jump off the balcony when Sean sent his security guard to go get her and just bring her back. And Cassie didn't want to go. And so she was screaming and crying, saying she's going to jump off the balcony. And that should have made that man stop, that security guard. You're supposed to stop. Somebody threatening to unalive themselves or injure themselves in such manner like that, you're supposed to stop. That's when you don't comply with your with the Dippler then. You just stop. Somebody got to make some good decisions. And if you know he's heavy, what if she had jumped off that balcony and unalived herself or injured herself beyond repair? What would you have done? Just left? Not call 911, just left? Because if you call 911, you have to tell them why you came and who sent you and everything, and that you was trying to force this woman, not take her by her own free will, but force this woman to go to go back to her abuser. So, and at one point, Deonte also talked about how they was in the he was beating her so badly, just beating her, and it didn't work. That she had a big gash, and there's a picture. I saw the picture. I don't know, do I have a copy of it? But a big gash going across her head from him beating her, and she struck her head and stuff, and blood just going everywhere, just everywhere, and he didn't stop. Hands are bloody, and he still didn't stop. Blood gushing everywhere. Somebody go get a towel. He still don't stop. You know, Cassie finally got up and runs out, and then even when no matter what, people jumping on his back, trying to help her, and two people, and that still don't stop. They couldn't pull him off him. It's almost like he was a mad demon. You know, you can't stop a demon because demon, they work for the devil. They're the devil's little kids to me. Hi, Janetta Speaks. Thank you for coming in. Good morning. It's still morning time. It's just 11:38 here, so that's still good morning to you. Thank you. But let me go ahead and get back on track so we can get back to the courthouse, see what's going on outside, and get back to the live. Okay, here we go. So Combs is back wearing his sweater and white collar shirt combo. He was in deep conversation with lead counsel, Mark, but also the judge finally takes the bench. The morning should be the conclusion of the cross-examination of the celebrity stylist Deonte Nash, who was clearly less than he didn't want to be there, but he was there. And when you're subpoenaed, you have to be there. You can't say, okay, because you can end up in jail yourself. But his testimony corroborated Capricorn, like I said, Cassie's, Capricorn, Cassie, and who else? It was somebody else. Done a little. Who I said it, but I can't remember. I said it earlier. But anyway, he's testified repeatedly that he did not want to be there. We already said, but was obeying the government subpoena. Okay, let me go into the next part. I'm just reading the notes from this morning, Janetta. So Sean Combs' lawyer can't get the judge to distract the forensic psychologist Don Hughes. Hughes' testimony Thursday morning. Remember Don? She was the psychologist, right? She's the one that was talking about how a victim tend to identify with their abuser, Stockholm syndrome or something like that. And they become so conditioned. And to me, they're brainwashed. In my personal opinion, they get brainwashed and everything. Okay. The psychologist, her name is Dunn, testified last week as an expert witness. She didn't speak about anyone specific, but she explained the government behavior. She explained the general behavior and copying of how they copy certain things, strategies of domestic violence. That she explaining the pattern and the behaviors of Cassie is indicative of all other survivors. A lot of survivors and stuff of domestic violence, they tend to have the same patterns a lot of times. But the defense attorney was hoping that they would strike that the judge would strike that. But you can't take that out of a person's mind. Even if they say strike it, the jury already heard it. You can't say, okay, now everybody on the jury, I want y'all to close your eyes and snap your fingers, and what you all just heard is going to go away. You're not going to remember that. No, that doesn't happen. They still going to remember. You can take it off the record. You can have it struck, but they still remember what they heard. Okay? You can't erase that from their mind. Okay? And let's see what else. The government is expected to call another alleged victim of Sean Combs, the diddler, to the stand today. That's today. Oh, Lord. A woman who worked as an assistant to Combs, who will use, she's going to go by a synonym, another name in court, because she don't want to use her given name, her name, okay, to protect her. So not everybody wants to use their own name. And remember, I was telling you, I'll get into him, Let me just make a note because I want to make sure I get into him. Randy D. Pittman. We're going to talk about him today. I'm going to put his name here so I won't forget. Also, Cassie Muir is one of a handful of government witnesses whose accused accusations go to the heart of the government's case against the Diddler. While the jury is out of the room, the jury had to step out of the room. The court is discussing her up-and-coming testimony, particular evidence that the defense wants to introduce during its cross-examination. So the defense, but yesterday the defense didn't have a good time. They asked a question that they didn't know the answer to, and then they got an answer that they didn't want nobody to remember or hear. They pow their own self in the foot. That's what you call. You pow yourself in the foot. You kick your own butt. Because they asked a question that they really didn't know the answer to, but they was hoping it was going to help Diddy, help their defense. But that question was answered truthfully, because I don't think nobody going to get up there and tell a lie. And it was answered, and they didn't want that answer to be given out. But it's too late. You ask that person that question on the stand, and that person have no other choice but to answer your question. Defense, y'all, I like the way y'all running things to the defense team, because y'all doing a poor job. So y'all just keep it up. Okay, I'm not going to complain. The celebrity stylist Deonte Nash is back on the stand this time. So he's back on the stand today. He started yesterday, which was Wednesday. Today is Thursday. So he's back on the stand to continue his testimony. This time he's wearing a puffy jacket and loose jeans. Yesterday, y'all saw what he had on. That beautiful matching white top and white pants. I think it was white. Yeah. Or could be. No, it was white. It was white, in my opinion, what I saw. And he was looking nice because he's a stylist. He knows what he's doing. Now he's wearing a puffy jacket with loose jeans. Nash explained about the frigid temperature in the courtroom during his testimony. If it's cold, it's cold. I don't blame him. Wear your jacket. Wednesday afternoon, and he wasn't the first to do so. I guess other people was complaining. I guess that's why Sean always wears a sweater. You know, long sleeve button down shirt with a sweater. I'd be coming in there like it's wintertime. You can always take off layers, but you can't put none on if you don't bring them. So this is day 12. Let me make sure they got, this is day 12 because I had to look at my calendar because they've been off. Somebody was off on Tuesday and Wednesday, what day it was. How many days we've been into this. Okay, so this is day 12 of Sean Diddy's SEX trafficking racketeering trial. And you see Deonte Nash returned to the stand for further cross-examination by the defense. I'm just reading all the little, what do you call it? Q notes and stuff that they got written here. On Wednesday, Nash testified that he witnessed Combs assault his former and ongoing girlfriend, Cassie, on several occasions, not one, but he said several occasions. Nash also said that Cassie had told him that she don't want to partake, y'all hear me, partake in the group SEX parties known as the freak-offs. Let me make sure we say that one again, because that is critical. That is a critical part of that coercion. Let me bring it up. Let me bring it up, guys. Let's bring that one up. He said Cassie did not. Okay, here it is right here. You got consent. That was no consent. Okay. Consent is when you agree to do something. Oh, you okay? Okay, let's do this thing. Let's rock and roll. Yes, I would do it. Yes, don't stop. No, that was not consent. Cassie did not consent to anything. And Dash, which is the stylist, Deonte Nash, corroborated and stated that from his own mouth, Cassie told him. And this was told during this was told during a time, well, could be several times, but at one point she did mention when they was in Dash car running, when I say running, that means driving. They was driving. He was driving, trying to get away. They was trying to get away from the Diddler and his team, because Cassie had already gotten beaten up. I'm going to say it, beat up by the Diddler. So and Dante, he gets beat too. Dante is not beaten. He's not saying, oh, okay, beat me. He was beaten. He didn't ask for it either. He beat both of them. So Cassie said to Deonte Nash that she did not want to partake in the group XEX parties known as the freak-offs. She didn't want to do that. That's where this comes in, coercion. The practice of persuading someone to do something by using force or threats. And that's what he did. Before they even got away, while they was in the car blocking them, Diddy requested that her window be let down. And he said that he would have her mom and dad fired from their job, lose their job. He threatened her mom and dad. This is not the first time that he threatened them. He threatened them so bad, even called the mom and told her, let her know that you need to give him $20,000 to not to release the tape. And he even mentioned that then, during that threat, during that incident, that the same incident, telling her your mom and dad gonna lose their job, and they don't even work at the same place. That's two incomes lost. So they had to comply. And with because he's talking about the tape, releasing the tape, and y'all know what tape he's talking about. A tape where her in a freak off. He ain't showing him in the freak off. He's showing her engaged in a freak off with other men, sex slaves, as he called them, as everybody called them, the sex slaves that comes as being requested to come to the wherever they're having it, whether it's his house or a hotel in different places. And some of them are flying in, brought in, drove in. That's crossing state lines. That's where you get the let me see, is it on this thing? Human trafficking, transportation. Okay. But anyway, and most people hoping that this will be his home for a long, long time. This is why a lot of celebrity stars go and spend their days there with their new fellow inmates, getting their food from the commissary or eating the prison food. The Metropolitan Detention Center in Brooklyn. When he leaves that courtroom, this is where he goes. And that's what he's trying to do. They trying to cause a mistrial so he can get out of this place. He's tired of being in that place. But that's what happens when you commit crimes of such crimes. Okay? But including on her birthday, when Cassie's birthday, when she turned 29 years old, Okay? He did the same thing, allegedly. Okay, so everybody know that she didn't willingly partake in these things willingly. It was threats of violence, threats of losing everything that you know, threats of your mom and dad losing their jobs, and threats if they don't give him $20,000, he's going to release said videos of you doing the freak off, doing the nasty with other men, known as, well, they will know they're sex slaves. They'll just think, oh, I knew there was this. No, 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 no. Y'all know all these men that be saying, oh, she this, and y'all know she ain't like that. She never was like that. He met an innocent child that was 19 years old. Young, big starry eye. And he was a grown man that had a whole family and had another woman. He was still dating Kim and other women. So y'all need to come off that, talking about that woman like that. She wasn't even a woman. She was still a child. Okay? Combs had pleaded not guilty to all the criminal charges of SEX, trafficking, racketeering, conspiracy, and transportation to engage in prostitution. While Combs' defense team admits that he was violent toward, oh Lord, I can't stand when these women that's defending him, saying he was violent, coming out of their own mouth, violent toward Cassie. Don't forget about the other woman he stomped on that was pregnant by him. He stomped her to death and kicked her to death. That the baby was lost. Don't forget about what he did to Deonte. He beat Deonte up. Kicked them both out of the apartment. That was Cassie's. Y'all, come on. Okay? And all of those things, any one of those things, any two of those things can send him to prison for the rest of his life. But he turned down the offer. What was it, 15 years or something like that? The plea deal, he turned that down. And the defense always talking about she was a willing participant of the freak off. They need to go somewhere and hide with that. And if y'all want to read more on that, that came from the Washington Post. Okay? You can always go back to the Washington Post and look at that. And they tend to update that throughout the day. So if any new information come out, I'm trying to do something, guys. Oh, anything else come out about that, I'll be bringing it to you because they update that throughout the day. Let me see what else is going on while I'm going to put this live back up and let this live continue. But while this live is continuing, I'm going to check to see what else is going on. And I did pause it where we were. So all those are live. I paused it so we won't miss what was going on. Okay. But I'm going to be checking to see whatever major news outlet or see whether they're showing them going in and out. Okay. Here we go, guys.
Coordinated intimidation, coordinated fear of someone who has a track record of some of these abuse claims. So all that's at stake for this next witness, Mia, who we expect will testify at some point today. It's about 10:30 here on this Thursday.
I can't wait till she testifies.
I'll have it with you guys for like 20-30 minutes.
Because everybody outside is going to be talking about it.
From the courthouse in Lower Manhattan, that will be on the Fox 5 News at noon. We always have our updates in the 5 and 6, and then of course this channel here, this YouTube channel that you're watching right now. is a growth site. You know,
Now y'all know it all. That's everybody outside. Everybody outside is going to be talking about that. So, oh wait, now somebody else is talking about it right now. So Mia is on the stand right now. Okay. Let me just let you hear. Let me just let you hear what's going on. This is so girl, is that legal? I can't put her up, but I will let y'all listen to it. Okay, here we go. Oh, let me take him down.
They've been in this courtroom listening to testimony. That means they're not testifying. Back to Mia. So basically, Mia started in her 20s. She was eager. She started as an assistant. Of course, like with other women, he lied about what he was going to pay him, told him one number. She had a headhunter, told her one number, started her with less. She was making $50K a year, and she was worked like a dog. She talked about violence. She said one of the first things she testified to is that not only did she suffer violence at his hands, but he SA'd her multiple times.
Oh, my God.
Multiple times. She actually lived, like when they would be in Miami, she would live in his house. She had to. That was the requirement. She had to live in his house so that she could tend and work for him all day, every day. Well, as a result, he also had a rule: no locks on the doors. He said, "It's my house. You're not locking no doors in my house." In turn, in the middle of the night, he'd go in there and he'd take what he wanted from her. Just like old Mast on the stage plantation. He thought he was going to do reverse because she's Caucasian. He said, "Oh, I'm the master now. I'm gonna creep in here while you're sleeping and take what I want." Hit that like button, y'all. Hit the subscribe. Here's why it's my entertainment.
Now, let me just say this. This is coming live from outside the what is it? The courthouse. This is I'm a member of her channel. Okay, it's called Girl, Is That Legal? Y'all know who she is. She's Simone. She's an attorney herself. And this is coming up. I still got this thing up. Let me take this down. Well, let me just pause this thing because ain't nothing. Well, we'll see if anything come out the courthouse. If anybody walks out, we'll see it. So I just no, I'll just leave it up. So because it's like if anybody comes, I'm gonna catch us up. I'm gonna let me just take this down right quick. And I'll bring us up to date on that. But while I'm doing that, I'll let you go ahead and listen to Simone.
Here's why it's my understanding that she is able to proceed as anonymous. So again, we're able to see her. Y'all just aren't. And then her name to us is Mia, just like Jane Doe. But the jury actually knows her real name. She showed them her passport with her true name on it. And the judge gave an instruction to the jury that says, you're not allowed to make any assumptions based off the fact that she is testifying under an alias name. So you can't be like, oh, she's using that fake name. Yeah, she's using a fake name because Diddy is going to unalive her, which he probably would. Mm-hmm. Now let me describe her before I get into her testimony. This woman is terrified. I see now why she wanted to be an alias, Mia. She is okay, she's in her 40s. Mm-hmm. She's Caucasian, attractive looking woman. She doesn't even look up. Like when she was testifying and they were asking her, like, did you ever experience any violence with Diddy? She said yes. And they asked her, and first she talked about like witnessing violence against Cassie and other people. Then they said, has he ever, done anything to you? And she was like, she looked down at her hands and said, yes, he, R-worded me. And then they said, was it more than once or once? She said, more than once. She looks down and she plays with her hands. I'm sorry, y'all. I believe her. If you ever known someone who has had that horrible, horrible experience, that's how they talk about the incident. And she talks so slow. If I don't know, if you know who she is, will you be allowed to say her name? I guess anybody could, but I mean, you'd be a terrible person. Mia is a assistant that formerly worked for him. She was never in a consensual relationship. As of the testimony out now, it was never a consensual relationship. He would grope her, he would touch her, he would stick his hands up her panties. And the requirement of the job was that she must live at his house. She was not allowed to lock his door. And in the middle of the night, he would come in there and he would R-word her. She is a walking commercial for PTSD. I ain't never seen nothing like this in my life. I look forward to finding out when she left him and how long she's had this, because I believe that she's filed a civil suit. Mims, if you're still in the chat, please confirm. She filed a civil suit against him under Jane Doe. And that's why she's allowed to proceed in this case under an alias. Because if the judge in your civil case says what you've been through is that rough, then you're allowed to hear. Versus like Cassie and Dawn, they couldn't be Jane Doe's because they filed their lawsuits under their name. No, she's not the musical artist Mia. This is an alias. So I wanted to explain that. So she is terrified. She's got PTSD. She talks super slow. There was actually an elderly woman in the courtroom that's in a wheelchair, and she's like, this girl's so hard to follow. And I'm like, yeah, that's what being petrified looks like. So she's here to testify on forced labor, witnessing substance distribution. Y'all know what I mean, as well as the means and the method for the RICO entity to operate. The RICO entity is Combs Enterprises. Thank you so much, Adrian. I really appreciate that super chat. So what she's there to show is like literally security guards would just stand there as he would assault someone. They would say nothing. She would report it. And then she would get in trouble, report certain violent acts. She would get in trouble. So literally, this is how she would talk. They'd say, was there ever a time that you went to a party with Prince? She says, yes. And they said, when was that? I think it was 20. It's like she's breathing hard. It's not fake. It's totally believable. She is also she's friends with both Deonte and Cassie. So she told the story about how Diddy started wailing on Cassie at Cassie's house. Deonte jumps on her back trying to protect Cassie. So then and then he starts wailing on Deonte. So then she jumps on Diddy's back. She said Diddy then slung her across the wall. Her whole body slammed into the wall and she like slid down that wall. She said she realized like, oh, we done messed up. She was like, oh, this isn't gonna be good. Like, this is terrible. And then Cassie gets the gash on her head. So the point is, all of these people are seeing all of this violence over and over. She told the story of the Prince party, and I'm going to give you that. And that's where we broke for lunch. She said, basically, they got invited to a party where Prince was there. Her and Cassie show up along with another friend. Cassie sees Diddy walk in, and she's like, So she takes off, I think this is the one where she tried to like jump over the balcony, and they were like, no. So they run out, and they try to Cassie tries to run away from Diddy. So Mia follows her, that's her friend, and Diddy catches up with Cassie and just bam, he going to town on her. Baby, do you know Cassie got saved by Prince? Prince saved the fucking day. Prince said, I ain't never scared, okay? Bless his heart in heaven. Prince said, not on my watch. With his little high heels and his blouse and his mascara and his eyeliner. Prince had his security stop Diddy and say, oh, no. He had his security stop and intervene, made Diddy get off of her and get away from her and leave Cassie alone. Y'all, Prince, the singer, Prince did that, okay? His security was the one that was bold enough to stand up to Diddy and his goons. I call the security goons now. Because whether they touched her or whether they sat back and let him touch her, you're a goon. You're a goon. Not on my watch, yes. It says, given my expertise, what's my prediction? Is he going to be found guilty or not? He's going to be found guilty of something. There's no way to get out of the prostitution charge, I'll tell you that. Something. So, yeah, so Prince came in, saved her. Prince forced Diddy to stop whooping up on her. You think about that? I think that also helps to speak to the power of the entity. Because remember, some people have been side-eyeing these girls. Like Cece said she was kidnapped and then came back and kept working for him for 12 more years and continued to ask to go back to work for him, right? Now, I'm starting to see testimony like this. helps you see the power of the entity. Because here's the thing. I side-eyed it when, you know, they were talking about CC being kidnapped and then coming back to work. I also was side-eyeing, of course, many people were side-eyeing some of Cassie's testimony, right, about not leaving. But when you're now hearing from multiple witnesses, all these different witnesses, including Deonte, who say, he did this to me and I couldn't leave. We're talking people that aren't even effing him, right? People that are not even in relationships to him. And those people are saying, I could not leave either due to the fact that I didn't want to be blackballed, because they see him blackball other people and things like that. I think that is going to help some juror get over a hump they would otherwise have of how are you kidnapped if you came back to work on Monday, which is a legitimate question. So I'm telling you both sides of the argument. So.
Okay, guys, that is Simone. Girl, is that legal? Okay. I follow her. Okay, wait, hold on. Let me pause. Yes. Okay, guys, I'm back. Okay, that was someone, my daughter talking to me. Okay. Let me let this play. This is live. This is live outside the courthouse. This is CNBC, TV 18. They're live outside the courthouse in New York. It says Combs' second alleged victim, Mia, to give evidence. Stylist Deonte Nash, he took the stand this morning. So their Mia is on the stand. Give me some. I keep messing it up. Oh, excuse me. But she's on the stand. Let me go ahead and play that for you. This is outside the courthouse, and a lot of people are giving information. And you know, you got all these reporters out there. They're trying to tell you what's going on outside. And credit, if y'all want to watch Girl, Is That Legal? Go over to Simone's channel and watch it. It will be down in my description box below my video, so that way you all can get an update on that and everything. And I'll keep y'all informed of what's going on. But look under the credits, and you'll see her name and her website. Okay, thank you. That was so good to hear that. Y'all going to see a lot of your favorite content creators and news outlets in this live. Beyonce. Oh, that's Dante. See his loose fitting jeans. Oh my gosh. His black puffy jacket. Y'all saw that? He looking nice. These people are crazy out here. Have y'all noticed? Let me just tell y'all something. If y'all have noticed, it seems like it rains every day in New York. Since this trial started, it's been raining every day or every other day. You have to just take your umbrella with you every day. You never know. Take your umbrella and wear your rain boots. I would not have on no high heels or stilettos out here. I would have on some flat shoes or some rain boots or something. Cute rain boots, though. You can wear some pretty, because I got my rain boots are called pretty rain boots. Yes, I do. I wear them all the time. This is NBC TV 18 News. Lord, I tell you, they tickle me. Is this? It's not as crowded outside because it's been raining and stuff and sprinkling outside, I guess. I'm excited to see this too, because you never know who's out there reporting or who's what content creators are out there, a blogger, with the major news outlets and stuff, and all the crazy people out there. As soon as the rain stops, they all gonna be back. Out there, everybody want to get their 15 minutes of fame. What? She looked like Mary Poppins. What is she talking about? Who's doing that talking? I think is that the lady in the black? Oh my Lord. I think that lady in that black is the one that was doing that talking. Oh, here's somebody's getting ready to get out the car, guys. The SUV, the black SUV. They're waiting on one of the. Who is this? Who is she? Do anybody know who that is in the chat? If you know who that is, type it in for me. I don't know who that is. Black female stepped out of the car carrying a black bag, black top, and patterned pants. Black and white pattern. I can't remember whether it's checky or what, but she's short. I would say about 5 feet, 5'1", 5'2", and kind of heavy set. Okay. They should be back from lunch now, because it's a 1:18 there. They should be back from lunch on the stand, and I think Mia, she's on the stand testifying anyway, because you had Deonte Nash that continued up with his testimony from yesterday, where he basically corroborated everything Cassie and Capricorn was saying. And then I also corroborated what George, what was his name? George, let me see what George full name was. George, I got it written down, guys. I write everything down. George Kaplan. George Kaplan. George Kaplan was also an assistant to Combs. So, and he, Deonte Nash, actually, during his testimony, he corroborated all those people testimony. Kid Cudi's testimony, because he talked about the violence, the beatings, everything. How she was so afraid for her life. And David James, don't forget about David James, was also a person, he's a personal assistant. And Cassie's mom, don't forget when she testified. Oh yeah, don't you all forget Cassie's mom did testify. And when she testified, that showed that racketeering. Y'all remember? And all the beatings. She talked about the beatings that corroborated what Cassie was saying about the money, the $20,000. And Don Richard also, remember, she's a member of the Identity Came, the girl group, when he had that reality TV show. She testified, and that corroborated that Nash, Deonte Nash, actually corroborated some of the stuff. You know, they're not saying I'm going to corroborate this and this here and that, but their testimony is basically carbon copy. It's a copy of the other one. Not that they copy talk to each other, but they witnessed and saw the same thing. They experienced the same traumatic experience. The harsh work environment, the dangerous work environment, should I say. So I'm going to pause here. I'm going to just pause this for a minute. But Deonte corroborated so many people's testimony and everything. And he was up to date. I think he was the strongest witness so far, up to date. George was very good too. Not to say Cassie wasn't good. Cassie was good. But George was good because George Kaplan got immunity while in the courtroom from the judge to give his testimony. Either you for or you against. Are you for the prosecution or are you for the defense? You can't be standing on the fence. I'm going to just stand on the fence. No, you got to give your testimony, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. Okay? So girl, is that legal, said that Mia works 50, she made $50,000 a year. That's such a low amount to be making when you're experiencing all the abuse. That, and the fact that she allegedly she testified on the stand that she was RAP multiple times, several times, all the time when nighttime comes, because she lived in the house with Diddy. That was one of her requirements, to live at the house. I'm not going to be living. And see, that's how Diddy got so much control over these people, because they're either he paid for their apartments, he paid for their car, he paid for all their living expenses, and then give them, and then you get a salary, a yearly salary. Mia was making $50,000 a year. Capricorn $65,000 a year, and I think George Kaplan was making $70,000 a year. Okay, but I think Mia, Capricorn, all of them, all even George, all of that money is small. That's nothing for all the trauma that you've been put through. Not just women, but all, even the like George Kaplan, even Deonte, all the stuff that you all are put through. The money, you can go make that somewhere else and don't have to be beaten, or RAPE or SAS. You know, you're not buying drugs for him. You're not going on the drive while they torch somebody's car with a Molotov cocktail, blow up somebody's car, or light fire to it, or you're not in the car while they go and do a break-in, threatening the dog. Got the dog terrified, and locking the dog up when the dog is a house dog that runs throughout the house. But then they locked him up. That's a form of locking the dog up. That's a form of putting somebody in prison, imprisoning the dog in a bathroom. And then you got the dog so scared the dog is not the same no more. The dog is going to have dog therapy if it was mine. I don't know if he's getting therapy or not, but it seemed like he need dog therapy. And then you got her mom getting a loan on her house for $20,000 to keep him from releasing a freak off tape of Cassie on Christmas as scheduled, like he said when he was beating at the car window, that he's going to have that tape release on schedule. And that's what Cassie was so afraid of too, that everybody's going to see that tape. And once the tape get put out there, it's everywhere on social media. So everybody that got a phone or computer or laptop or any devices, they're going to see it. Even if they ain't got one, they're going to hear about it. So the threats was real. The violence was real. The RAPE of these different women that work for him and Cassie is real. The SEX assault that he put on these men as well, or RAPE to them, is real as well. Fearing for your life, that you want to take your life. Cassie stated that she wanted to jump off the balcony when the security guard came to try to make her or get her, not make her, but just hand mounting her, just grabbing her and taking her to Diddy if she don't walk on her own. But she threatened to jump off the balcony. And then don't forget Capricorn threatened. She was so, at one point, she wanted to take her life. This kind of work environment shouldn't be. And other people that talked about, the ones that you haven't testified today, because I got some of the court docs, testified, and in their court docs saying that he also, testified that they wanted to commit, unalive themselves as well. Ms. Pinkie, do you think when Diddley is found guilty, men would part the? Yet, I hope not. Please, they was talking about that yesterday. Oh my gosh, let's pray. That's all we can do is just pray. Oh Lord, and I have a theory why he's doing that. Why he is doing that. I really do. Because the man is losing his capacities up there. He is unstable right now. He's He's tripping, he's falling, tripping, stumbling, running into walls and doors and glass. He forgets where he's going. He forgets where he's supposed to sit. He's rambling at the mouth now. Don't remember half of the stuff. Get lost in translation and everything. And everybody know. Remember that test he took to say he know what an elephant looks like. He remember what that he looked at a dog or an elephant or whatever. You know. But anyway, he's losing it. So they're, in my opinion, they're trying to get things done. What a person would do at the end of 4 years, that person is doing it now within their first year. They're trying to now, because all the little stooges around him see that this person is, not too well up there right now. And so they see that. So they're trying to get him to do the things that he would do, a person would do at the end of the 4 years. We need to get them done now. That's why you see all these pardons and commuting their sentences in prison. People getting pardoned. And they're trying to get everything set up so he can hide behind the scenes now. Because when it gets too bad, they'll say he's in the White House. He's in the Oval Office, but he's be hiding behind the scenes. They probably won't show him as much. Or if they do show him, it will be pre-recorded where they can make sure, where they can do some editing. Anything that he messed up on, they can take it out or have him to redo that part. That's what in my opinion, I believe. Because you probably won't see him like you would see him. And if you do, he's just walking in and out, up to the airplane, out of the airplane, walking around on the ground. But anything else where he's talking is probably going to be pre-recorded so they can do their editing and help him to practice and re-say that again. Let's edit that part out, say it again and stuff. Yeah, because this here is not well up there. Who is this coming around? Oh, somebody's getting ready to get out. Let me, this mouse is not acting right. I think this mouse needs some batteries. Oh, am I gonna? Who is that? Is that Mama Combs? That's Mama Combs, guys. Is that Mama Combs walking by herself? Carrying a bag by herself? That's Mama Combs, guys. She's not being escorted in. That's my first time ever seeing her walking without the handlers or security right beside her. Now, this is live coverage. This is live from CNBC TV 18. Yeah. In front of the courthouse. Let me see what you said, Sharon. Sharon say, I agree, Miss Pinkie. Thank you. You probably been noticing things too. That looks like her. Yeah, it sure do. Looks like her. Instead of, she got her little bob wig on again that she's been sporting. And everybody said it looks a lot better. That wig looks a lot better than the other wigs that she's been wearing. Yeah. It's not too old looking. Something, I didn't say it. Somebody said it looked like, I didn't say this, but I'm just repeating what somebody else said. That the wigs that she be wearing look like she just got them out of the trash can. I didn't say that though. You know, I wouldn't say that. I would just say they ain't cute, but I wouldn't say mm-mm. But anyway, yeah. So I can't wait to for, and I know if the weather wasn't all rainy and wet outside and sprinkling, uh, misting or whatever it is doing, a lot of the content creators and the other news outlets will be out there talking, because that's what normally what they do. They get out there once they get the information or on breaks, they come out because you know some are in the main courtroom and some is in the overflow courtroom, you know, and they will come out and give us an update and everything of what's going on. And then if the weather wasn't like this, you'll see all the crazy people out there got their opinions, yelling out their opinions and what they think and how they feel about it. Yeah. Let me eat this other piece. Okay. Thank you, Sharon. I've been saying, let me know that do look like her. Because I was thinking, that looks like Mama Combs, Diddy's mom. And for you to say that looks like her, I must be right, Kim. We're gonna stay. We're gonna stay with NBC, but I'm gonna go over to the other major outlet and see what update, because they're live too, and see what updates that they're putting out. So we're gonna be going back and forth between them. They must know her. They must know who she is. It must not be cold. My mouse needs some batteries. That's why it can't just land on where I want it to land. But it's new though. I had to get this one because my normal mouse, I just got this one here. What's it? Monday. Because my normal mouse is pink like this, but my husband had to go get this because my all my other stuff is I don't have it with me. So I don't have it. So I'm using my other laptop and everything else, and my mouse. I got two of them mouse that's there. So I didn't have one, and my husband gave me one, an old one, but it's smaller than this one. And see, my mouse that I got is big. It's a big nice one, pink. It matches everything on my desk. But this one is the one he picked up on Monday, went to the store to get, because, and I said, it got to be pink. I don't buy nothing with blue in it, but this is the only one that had pink in it. It had one pink one, but it was just, I couldn't. So I'm using this one for now. And for some reason, I noticed yesterday it started acting up when I put it on, trying to, it just jumps around, moves around. So I don't know. As long as it's working, as long as I can get around with it, I'm fine. Okay, I'm fine. Let me see what others are saying about this case. And see what I'm telling you? I try to put it one place. It's not me, guys. Y'all, it ain't me. I'm just trying to see. Let me do this, and I'm going to find see who else is talking about the case. See, can we get any updates from some of the major news outlets? Okay, guys, I'm seeking we get some updated news or something from any other major news outlets. Just give me 1 second. That's why I still got this up. Who knows? We may see somebody coming out. But anyway, yesterday it was a 5-hour live. I don't think we're not going to do 5 hours today. That's something we're not going to do. We ain't doing that. Okay. Let me just do one thing. No, I got that muted. Let me unmute that while I'm doing something right quick. Who is she? Who is she, guys? Do y'all know who that is? Because I may not know everybody. If y'all know who that is, put it in the chat. Is she part of Diddy's team or family members or something? Or so somebody know her. They see her on TV. Time in New York is 1:40 p.m. While that is doing that, I'm going to look and see, can I see who else is covering it. Okay. So we're not going to miss nothing, guys. Oh, I want to hear what this got to say. Y'all may want to hear this. Okay. I saw this earlier. This is a live, okay? This is today, okay? I'm gonna pull it up, and because until somebody come out and start talking, we're gonna listen to this here. It's not that long, so I always play something short in between what's going on about the trial. I try to put something that y'all always get some more information from other outlets or and stuff, major outlets. So this is another one, and I'm going to let y'all listen to this one here. I think it's interesting, and y'all may want to hear it. So I'm going to go ahead and take this one down. Let me mute it first. So I told you this thing ain't moving where I want it to move. It makes me look like I don't know what I'm doing, that I don't even know how to operate my own mouse. I have to move it slow because otherwise, guys, the thing don't move right, okay? But so what I'm going to do, I'm going to go ahead and put up this other one right quick. So I took it down. Oh, ooh. This is with, oops, let me, let's see. Let me try to get back into my phone. Okay. This is with NewsNation. Okay. I saw this come across a couple times, but I didn't click on it. So let me just go ahead and click it on and bring it up for everybody. Okay. I think y'all may like just hearing this and everything. Here it is right here. Okay. I'm going to pause it until I, let me, This is NewsNation Ex-mobsters. Diddy won't last in the mob. We don't beat up women. Oh Lord. So he ain't. I love what he said. They don't beat up women. They don't beat up women. I wish somebody should have told him that long time ago. You don't beat up women. I guess he ain't learning. He didn't learn. Because after all these years, he's supposed to learn that. You don't beat up no woman. Okay. I got it ready, guys. I'm going to go ahead and bring it to you. That information will be down in my description box. Let me just put it here so I won't, because I always have to make sure it's going to be on the credits, okay? Okay, wait. Okay, here, I got it. I just want to make sure it was in there. I'm going to enlarge it so you all can see it. And here we go, guys. What they say, Diddy won't last. No, he won't last. Oh, Lord. And it's only 14 minutes, okay, and 27 seconds. So here it is. This gives us a time because right now they're still outside. There's nobody coming out or anything right now because it's only 1:45 in New York. So they got Mia on the stand. So Mia is on the stand right now, guys. So here we go.
Today was the day when the drip of the Diddy Trial evidence became all out.
Let me ask y'all, can y'all hear that good or do I need to turn it up a little? Just let me know. Just if you need me to turn it up, just say turn it up. If it's fine, because I don't want to forget that it's turned up so loud. And then when I stop the then I forget. And then I'm speaking like I'm yelling across the street at somebody. Here we go, guys.
Waterboarding. And wouldn't you know it, it came from a celebrity stylist who sashayed his way up onto the witness stand. Deonte.
No, she did not. Okay, for you, Sharon is fine. Okay, thank you. Thank you for letting me know it's fine. Not that. Okay, thank you. You know what? He sashayed his way. Let me see. Can I do it? Okay. He sashayed. You got to have a purse. I don't have a purse here. I'm trying to see do I have my wallet anywhere in here. No, I don't. But we'll just pretend like this is my purse. He sashayed his way into the courtroom. Yes, Dante. He sashayed. I can sashay. Oh my God. He said, yeah, just live with it. I like that. But she knows how to. That's a compliment to me. He sashayed his way up. Yes. What you say, Sharon? Oh my God. Okay. Okay, let's go ahead and get back to this. He sashayed his way. Oh, yes, he did. He said, and he did it. Jan Rosenberg drew this.
Nash had the kind of joie de vivre and sass that literally had that courtroom hooked from the moment he showed up. Apart from being right out of central casting, Nash hammered nails into Diddy's coffin today, one after the other, by testifying about things that line up squarely with racketeering. I think the trial so far has been all about domestic abuse and not about the charges that Diddy's actually facing, like sex trafficking and racketeering. This stylist, Deonte Nash, his tour on the witness stand might just change your mind. Look, it is no secret that Diddy was violent, abhorrent, disgusting. We all saw what he did to Cassie on video. He admitted to it himself. But he's not charged with assault. And Deonte Nash testified about things that went way beyond violence and went straight to the heart of the prosecution's case. Force, fraud, coercion. He told the jury that he actually witnessed Sean Combs regularly beating and threatening his girlfriend, Cassie Ventura,
and that he would threaten to release the sex tapes of her. That he would use those sex tapes to get her parents fired from their jobs. And that he, Diddy, as head of Bad Boy Records, would refuse to release her music. Cassie didn't do as he said all the time. If you're keeping score, that kind of behavior from a guy at the head of an enterprise could easily be seen as the jury extortion, coercion, forced labor, all these elements of the racketeering charges that Diddy's fighting. Stylist also testified that on Cassie's 29th birthday, she confided in this stylist that she did not want to participate in Diddy's planned freak off. After all, it was her birthday, not his. Maybe there were some freak offs that she enjoyed, and maybe there were some that she did not, that felt she had no choice. For the record, forcing.
Let me see. I'm just trying to make sure I got everybody here.
Your enterprise and your power at the top to have illegal sex with prostitutes that have crossed state lines. That's called sex trafficking, friends. It's called forced labor. And that is what Diddy is charged with in this trial. But this trial has so many people asking the question, what exactly is RICO? Technically, RICO stands for Racketeer Influence Corrupt Organization. And back in the 70s, the feds created it as a means to bring down the mob, like an umbrella charge that bunched all together a whole bunch of different crimes. And that is the same federal law that Diddy's facing now. My next two guests know this law maybe better than anyone, and know how hard it is to beat a federal legal case, because they're both former mobsters, jailed by the feds for RICO. Michael Francisi was a captain in New York's Colombo crime family. He served 8 years for racketeering and extortion. And Anthony Ruggiano Jr. is the son of a Gambino crime captain who was locked up 4 different times for robbery, gambling, and yes, RICO. Michael and Anthony, welcome to both of you. And Michael, I said Francisi, and I think it's Francisi, so I will correct myself before we even get started. Thank you both so much for being here. I have so many questions for you. Let me start with this. And I'm going to open it up to the both of you, but Michael, I'm going to get you to start. For a lot of people, RICO is all about the mob. It's all about what you see on The Sopranos. It's those kinds of crimes. It's not the stuff that they see on tape where Diddy's beating his girlfriend up. But I know that you guys had a chance to kind of look into this case. You heard what I just said in the opening of this case. So do you think that this is RICO, or are you scratching your heads?
Well, first of all, you can say my name either way, Francis or Francisi, so you're correct. But I would say, the RICO statute was definitely created, I think back in 1970, a fellow by the name of DeBakey created it specifically to go after the mob. No question about that. It's certainly evolved over the years because the government obviously can use the law in any way they see fit. They've gone after Wall Street people with it and a lot of other people. So they'll use it outside of the mob. What's a little bit confusing here is normally there is a criminal enterprise that's involved, a group of people. I had 3 racketeering indictments, 2 federal and 1 state. And in each case, it was the Francis family, the Francis group as part of an enterprise, and I had a lot of other things. I didn't get the government's opening statement on this to see how they tied this into a racketeering statute, because as far as I know, it's only Diddy on trial, and he's on trial alone. So are they claiming that he is a one-man enterprise? That's what's kind of confusing to me, because the charges against him can certainly stand alone. I don't think they need to be part of a racketeering indictment, but again, I'd have to know what the opening statement was and how they put that theory together that this could be under the RICO statute.
So you know what, I'll throw this in here, and Anthony, you can jump in. So the way I see things, what the prosecutors have tried to determine is that here's Diddy at the top of Bad Boy Records and the enterprise that he's created, the big businesses that he's created. He's got employees that he has, he's paying as security. He's got employees like Cassie, who is supposed to be releasing music. He's got employees like assistants who he tells, you go and set up the free cops and you go and get my drugs, and you grab Cassie and bring her to this vacant building and threaten her with a lie detector test. So I think what they're trying to say is that he used his business and he used his corporate card from Bad Boy Enterprises and he used cash from the business plus assistants and employees to carry out a lot of the crimes that they're alleging one after the other, with these witnesses. So if I lay it out that way, Anthony, what do you think? Do you think this lines up with the RICO that you know?
I feel a lot like Michael. I'm struggling too because one of my RICOs also, there was a co-defendant. I read his indictment. I started reading his indictment today, and his business is the enterprise, and the people that work for him are part of the conspiracy. So maybe they're other guys in co-conspirators, and they got immunity because, like Michael said, on my indictment it said the United States of America versus, and then there was 8 names, and we all conspired to commit crimes. Diddy's alone. Who did he conspire? Did he conspire by himself? Did he extort people? Yes, he did. Did he kidnap people? He held them against his will? Yes, he did. He brought people across state lines, which is a federal offense. But to be a RICO just on him, you know, it's hard for me to understand how to act this.
Yeah, and I do think that, I mean, listen, we got weeks and weeks left of just the prosecutor's case, but already we've seen one of the assistants who said he got immunity. And my feeling is that it's second in command, Christina Forum. Either she's going to plead the fifth or she's going to have been offered immunity or use immunity for her testimony. I do think you're right. It's kind of confusing without the conspirators, but my feeling is that right now, to get a testimony against the guy at the top, they may be offering them immunity. But like I said, we still have to find that out. I got this question for you, Michael. I opened the show by saying that I felt sad by sitting through a lot of today's testimony because this stylist, he just went over instance after instance of just vicious beating and control that Diddy had allegedly over Cassie, things he saw firsthand, things that he even tried to step in and stop by jumping on Diddy's back. You know, blood coming down Cassie's face during one of the beatings that Diddy allegedly turns around and says, "Look what you all made me do." And I wondered about a guy like that. Now that this is all coming out in the public, if Diddy's convicted, this is not the kind of behavior that I used to hear about with the mob. They beat up and killed guys, but they didn't beat up and kill girls all the time. Do you see a big difference here with the kind of behavior Diddy's accused of doing compared to the behavior of mobsters?
Oh, absolutely. And let me say this, I always take a position, you know, someone's innocent until proven guilty. That's just my position all the time. However, we have seen certain things. I think everybody has seen the hotel video where he was obviously beating her up, and the testimony has been absolutely despicable. And nobody in my former life would ever approve of something like that. And I think Anthony will vouch for that. We didn't beat up women. We didn't do things like that. We would taught to respect women in a big way, especially our families. So, you know, in our life, if you violated another made man's wife, daughter, sister, mother, you're in a lot of trouble. So we didn't stand for that in any way, shape, or form. And like I said, you know, the acts that are being described here are disgusting, despicable. If somebody like that was in your life, he would last, you know, quite honestly. And again, I would love to hear, I believe that the defense is going to attack the RICO statute here. You said, you know, possibly there are witnesses that have been given immunity. Not possibly, 100%. I mean, that's how government builds cases. They go after people, they get them to cooperate, they give them immunity. So like Anthony said, there's probably several unindicted co-conspirators here that all decided, hey, we're not going to take the fall, we're going to testify, and that's why they weren't indicted. So I would believe that when Anthony said that, you know, they're going to use the theory that you said, that the whole, you know, Bad Boy Records was a criminal enterprise. He was at the top of it. He used these other people to implement his criminal schemes, and that's how they charged him with RICO. But these acts are just, you know, the real question is, how did this go on for 20 years? 20 years this was going on. A guy as high profile as that, I've said this before, and nobody gets charged for it. It's allowed to continue for 20 years. There's no question that people knew that this was going on. There were high profile people involved. How does something like this go on for 20 years? Anthony, you know, in our former life, this would have lasted a year. You know,
Let me just say, he's exactly right. He's exactly right. How did this go on for 20 years? 20 years. Beating women, using children, allegedly, using children, but all of this beating, bringing people in across the state line, you can't do that unless you got all these other people below you working for you, and you have to put the fear of everything in them, fear of losing everything, fear of blacklisted, fear of their life, fear of their family's life, you have to demonstrate that from the first day. Like Capricorn said, her first day of employment was taken to the park with the big security, and then Diddy with his pow with him, talking about unaliving her, throwing her in the river. And then somebody else testified that their first day of employment was doing such things like that. Fear that they're going to be unalived on your first day of employment. I couldn't do it. I'm just saying.
Definitely.
Yeah, if Diddy's convicted and he ends up spending the rest of his life in a federal prison, given what we know now, the filth of his behavior, the absolute filth of his behavior when it came to how he treats women. One woman, absolutely. The others, so far, it's just an accusation. How will he fare behind bars?
Well, I have two scenarios. If the BOP buries him in like a Marion or the Supermax in Colorado, they'll do a terrible bit. But if he goes to, my opinion, if he goes to a regular federal prison, he's going to be fine because the kids there, the people there, he has a lot of money. He's still, he's in the music business. Everybody wants to be a hip hop artist. He's going to do fine in prison. He's going to do a good bit. He's got a ton of money, and he's going to do fine in prison unless the BOP buries him in a Supermax. That's the only way he's going to have issues. Other than that, I don't think he's going to have a problem with a certain group of people. Maybe mob guys might shun him. I'm sure people might throw, innuendos at him. He might have to fight it, but overall, I think he's going to be fine there because of who he is and all his money. Just like Madoff is fine there and all these other criminals.
Tell me why you think he would have a tougher time at a Supermax. What would be the difference, and what would that tougher time look like?
He'll be isolated. You get an hour a day. He'll be locked in a cell 23 hours a day. He'll have no rep. He'll have no contact with the outside world. He'll have nobody to talk to. He'll be just alone, isolated. And that's hard on a person to be isolated like that.
But you know what? Maybe if you got a target on your back because of the way you allegedly used women as punching bags for 20 years, maybe it would be better to be isolated than the alternative. And thank you both more for being so candid about your past and helping us to sort of understand what's at stake in this federal court. I'd love to have you both back. Michael Francis and Anthony Reggiano, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Guys, she was right. They was right. Both of those guys. They know about this. They lived that life. They had this happen to not beating up women. I'm not saying that. They not beating up women and using kids and stuff in your in that. Oh, I'm not saying that. But they know what the racketeering is. Okay? And I hope y'all got something out of that, because I always try to put things up like that, especially since they're talking about the case themselves. You know what I mean? They're actually talking about the case. So it's good that we got stuff up like that. Let me see whether I can. We're going to see what's going on at the courthouse again. But before we do, I'm going to see what else is going on social media about this. Okay, so just give me a second to see what else we got going on. And I do thank you all. Let me get out of this one. Let me give y'all a good picture so you all can remember what's his name? Deonte looks like. Let me see. Okay, that writing is going across his face. But this is Deonte on the stand yesterday. Y'all see? He went in with his white shirt and white pants on, and then he's coming out with his jacket on top, that black jacket. Let me get a better picture for y'all can see him right there coming out. Handsome man coming out with his jacket on, black and yellow jacket, striped down the sleeves and everything. But in my opinion, on yesterday, I think the Diddler here, I think he lost. It was a lose for him Wednesday in court. I don't think they gained anything. They're trying to get it a mistrial. They tried to do that with Cassie. The week and a half that she was on the stand, that first week, they tried to do it with her by trying to make Cassie go. Well, I wouldn't say they was trying to make her go, allegedly, to keep her on stand as long as possible, hoping for a mistrial. Put it like that. If she go into labor, it would cause a mistrial. Okay, I'm not saying they did anything personally to her. Okay, but they was hoping for a mistrial, and they tried it yesterday again. It didn't work. It didn't work. Okay, and that was everybody was really talking about and hearing out, put it out yesterday. All the bloggers, major news outlets, the content creators that was out there at the courthouse talking about that, the fact that Deonte he's doing a great job on the stand, winning. And then the defense team is trying to call a mistrial. No, mistrial on what? On what? And what for? Okay, not what for. What for? What for? You know, guys. But yesterday it was all about the birth of Cassie's newborn baby son yesterday. Beautiful baby boy. All right. She had a baby boy yesterday. All right. Let's see what else is going on. Let me find us something else to see because I'm trying. It's 2:05, and they remember. I think the judge said it last week or the week before. Can't remember which one of those days or anything. But they supposed to be getting out, trying to get them out of there every day around 3:00. Okay, at 3. And so if it's 2:05 there, that means they'll be leaving in an hour. Or if you just say 55 minutes. So I really want to try to hold this live out for one more hour so we can try to catch them leaving. You know, because the 3 sons are there and his mom is there in the courtroom. And, you know, so I really want to try to see, because everybody's going to be trying to report on it and everything. Because once I get off this live, I don't know whether I'm going to try to do one tonight. Because let me mention this, guys. Tomorrow I may not be able to do a live tomorrow. Okay, I may not be able to do a live tomorrow. So I'm just letting you all know before then. All right. So we'll see. I may not be able to do it tomorrow. I got something that I have to get taken care of. So if for some reason that get postponed or canceled, then I'll do the live. But we'll find out tomorrow. I won't know until then. Okay. But I will try to do some videos on it or watch what's going on. And on my way out tomorrow, riding in the car on my way to where I'm supposed to be, I will try to see, can I do I'll try to get on live then from my phone. If not, I'll just do a video from my phone, and then it'll get posted tomorrow afternoon for y'all. Okay, probably not by me. Probably have one of my kids and somebody to post it for me on my channel. All right, so that's how it is. And I won't know whether I'm going to be able to do a live on Saturday until tomorrow happens. Depends on what happened tomorrow. I'll let y'all know. Okay. But just because I don't do a live, that don't mean the housewife is not watching it. I'm still going to be keeping up with everything. Okay. Guys, let me ask you, how do y'all like this top? See, it got a bow on it. This is a bow. You know why I bring it up? Last night, I was in my closet and, you know, trying to find me something because, you know, I was trying to go to bed early, right? Because I was laying down resting for yesterday after that. Thank you, Sharon. That sounds good to you. Thank you. Thank you. And I get more into if I don't go live tomorrow, why later, not today. I want to see, not today. I'll tell y'all why. I won't have to tell you. You see it. You see why I didn't go live or why I couldn't go live. You'll see for yourself. Okay. But what was I? Oh yeah, this top. I was in my closet, right? This is a bowl. My daughter tied it today, and with the sleeves, you see how the sleeves are? They're made. I was in. See here. You don't supposed to turn. They go down this way. See there? Okay. Oh, I was in my closet last night before I went to bed permanently. Okay, that means instead of dozing in and out, I just want to. And I said to myself, they help me out. I will at least need to pick out a top to put on. So I get to looking in my closet, and I pulled out this. I said, "Oh, it was in a clear plastic covered bag, right, hanging up with a cover over it, right." And I put it up. And I said, "Oh, I got a new top that I haven't even worn." And I'm thinking, this had to be sometime about, it wasn't last year I bought this. I said to myself, that had to be the previous year. I said, because I haven't been to that store I didn't go last year in 2024. So I showed it to my husband. I said, "Oh, I got a top to put on tomorrow." And then as I was putting that one up, and I saw another one, which was this one with the tag still on it. I said, "Oh, I got another top." And I told my husband, "I'm gonna stop where I'm getting good at right here. I think I just wear this one." And as I was looking, I was finding all these clothes that I had bought, and this top is a couple years old. Because I told him I haven't been to the store in a long time. I haven't bought nothing from them in a while except for baby stuff. So I said, "Oh my God, I got a new top. I'm going to go ahead and put it on tomorrow." And then as I was putting it on, I realized I can't button this up by myself. And it's going up this way. I could button it, but I couldn't tie the bow that way good. So I had to go wake up baby girl to button up my sleeves and tie the bow for me. Yeah, I'm thinking. I said, "Surprise, surprise." That's just like Diddy getting ready to get a surprise, surprise. Because the prosecution, all right now, I like the top. Okay, you do? Thank you. And the prosecution is thinking about wrapping up their case. They may, because they're on target. They're not behind. They ain't lacking or nothing. They on their game. And they may be able to wrap their case up probably within another week or two if they want to. Who knows? The defense, on the other hand, don't like that idea. Wonder why? Because are they struggling? Ain't on point? They ain't got their game together? I don't know. I'm not saying them because I don't know. But it's just what I'm thinking. They might not got their game together. But let's go ahead and see what else we can find. I'm gonna put my advertisement. Oh Lord, we got to wait. We got 45 minutes, a little over 45 minutes. We got 47 minutes before court is adjourned today. So we can make it 45 minutes, guys. Yes, we can. We can do it because I want to see them coming out the courtroom. But I'm going to put another video on and get me some of my snacks over here and work on some more snacks. No, I think I'm going to eat my watermelon. Yes, I am. So that's what I think I'm going to do today, right now. So while we're watching this next video about what's going on, that's what I'm going to do. So y'all just, I'm going to just watch it because I haven't seen it either. So we're going to watch it together while I eat. Okay? But I'll still be here. I'm still going to be where y'all can see me. But right now, let me find it first and get my food set up over on this side of my desk. Okay? So y'all be just, okay. Okay, so let me see. We got to see what we got here. Oh Lord. I wonder what else is coming out from Mia. I really do. I really want to know so badly. Okay, so we're gonna see. And just a thought. Remember, girl, is that legal? Simone, remember what she said that one of the requirements for her new job, working for Diddy. I'm paraphrasing because I can't say it like Simone. Simone be on point. Where's my juice? Not my lemon water. I don't want no more lemon water. I got some left, but I want to drink my juice now. But let me just say this. Remember, I'm just paraphrasing because I can't do what Simone do. Okay? The woman living in the house. Oh, let me just get my straw. Where's my straw? So I got another cup. I just put this cup aside. This one here. I still got lemon water in it, but I'm tired of that. I'd rather drink my juice now. But anyway, as I was saying, that the woman had the, let me do this while I work, because I got to pull closer to my desk and get up in here so I can see better because I don't have no glasses on. Okay. But I can still work without the glasses. But the woman had to live in the house. It's part of her job requirement. That's some funky stuff there. You got to live in the house with this, in his house. I ain't say somebody else's house. I said his house. You got to live in his house. You're making $50,000 a year, but you got to live in his house. No locks on the door. You cannot lock his door. That means if you're in there taking a shower in your, because I'm assuming like, you know, if you got $1 million house, millions of dollar house, that your bath, everybody got their own bathroom. You don't have to go out in the hallway. And let me just explain that why I say that. Because I know there's no shared bathrooms in my house. Nobody share bathrooms. Every room got their own bathroom. And you don't have to go outside the hallway. There's the door. You open the door and bam, boom, there's your own private bathroom. Full bathroom, not even a share. No Jack and Jill's. I don't do that Jack and Jill. Jack and Jill is for people that's cheap. So I'm quite sure she had her own private bath, okay? But anyway, what if you're in there taking a bath, a shower, or putting on your clothes, or pulling off your clothes? Or you maybe want to sit on your bed and take your time with your favorite lotion and just lotion up your legs. You know, take your lotion that you got. I keep lotion by my thing. I got some here and got some over there. I keep lotion, so I always can lotion up my hands while I'm here. But you may want to just lay back and listen to your TV or listen to your favorite music and lotion up your legs. You know, sit on your bed or in your bathroom and on your bench or your stool, and just take your time and lotion up your legs. Doing this here, lotion up your arm, and then you got a creepo that pops in, disturbing you at your most private moment, putting lotion on, or putting on your underwear or your clothes, getting dressed. Some women like standing nude in the mirror after they get out the shower and put their makeup on. But you can't do that. You always got to have some clothes on because you never know when a creepo may open the door and come on in, or that creepo might send a security guard up there and come on in, because it seems like they don't knock either. They just come and barge up and come and get you and take you and tell you you got to be somewhere. Or you want it. You need it. Not that you have a choice in the matter. You know what I'm saying? But let me just do this here right quick. Ooh, Lord. So, oh, Lord, time is passing. Okay. Let's see. This is, oh, didn't we just do this one? Oh, no, that's CBS News. CBS News. This just uploaded 10 minutes ago. 10 minutes ago. Okay. This one. Okay. So that's, see, guys, we're on the right track, right? Okay, let me see. Okay. Y'all know I'm trying to find it for you. Okay. Okay. Okay, it seems like everybody's showing outside the courtroom. I need, oh, guys, I tell you. Okay, let me see. This is live. Oh, we haven't watched CNN today. Did we watch any CNN? Because they're live too. Let me just check, guys. We watched CNBC, but we haven't seen CNN today. No, I'm looking. No, we haven't watched CNN live today. So let me go back to CNN. Maybe. Okay. Okay, let me get back to CNN. Okay, let me just click on it and see what they're talking about before we go doing anything. Neil says she won't allow. Oh, Lord. Oh, no. We got to hear this, guys. Okay. We got to hear this. Okay. We got to hear this. This is, they just posted this not too long about Amia telling her, oh, Lord, guys, we got to see it. Okay. Let me just get it ready. Oh, Lord. We got to keep on top of this stuff. Okay? Just give me 1 second. Why am I keep getting the same thing? Okay. Let me see. I don't need that one. Yeah, just give me 1 second. Okay. I'm trying to get CNN put up here. That's I'm trying. No. What did I just do with it? It just popped away, guys. Guys, I'm still here. It just okay. Let me I hit the wrong one and I was getting it all because as I go along, I put it already in my credits and stuff. Let me just go back and find it again. Guys, I tell you. Let me just push the desk up some and pull it up some so my arm of my chair can go up under so I can get closer because my desk is real long, so I have to get over on this side. I know. Okay, here it is. Okay. Instead of Okay. Let me get everything together. Okay. They just put this out just a little while ago. So we're going to jump on it right quick. And this is about, she's on the stand right now. She may be the last person to testify today. That's what I'm thinking. She may be the last person that they have to testify today. Okay, it's supposed to be in my, just see. Yeah, guys, I'm working on it. I don't see it. Oh, there it is. Okay, okay, let me pause it. Okay, it's not that long, guys, but it gives, okay, now I can let the disc back down. Okay, here we go. We got over 36 minutes before the trial is over. So I think we can hang out for the next 36 minutes. Okay? I really do believe that we can hang out for those 36 minutes and get all the scoop and all the stuff that's going on. Yes, we can. We can hang out and get it done. Okay. Okay, here it is, guys. Okay. Now, let me just say this here. Diddy's personal assistant, Mia, said she wasn't allowed to sleep for 24 hours. Now I'm trying to figure that out. And I want to know why. I want to know why. So if y'all want to know why, let me just see. If y'all want to know why, come on, let's find out why. Because the prosecution is already making their case. But if they don't make their case and something happened out of the blue, oh my Lord, did this person get off? Everybody, y'all better start running. In Hollywood, y'all better start running. Y'all better have your bags packed and ready, because you can always unpack your bags if you're at the house. But you better have them bags packed and ready to go. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and get it started. Y'all better have them bags packed. You didn't hear that from me, but y'all better have them bags packed.
Breaking news now at noon in the sex trafficking trial. Sean Diddy Combs, one of the music mogul's alleged victims, is taking the stand as a witness. Let's hear what Fox 5's Lisa Evers let learn what happened, the very latest from inside the courtroom. Lisa, what has the jury heard so far today?
Some shocking allegations already. Bianca and his personal assistant to Diddy was here on the stand this morning amid unusual privacy and security concerns. Identified only as Mia, she began to tell the story of her nightmare, a nightmare that she says she could not escape. Now this morning, the sons of Sean Combs, Quincy, Justin, and Christian, also known as King Combs, made their way to federal court in a continuing show of support that began months ago during their father's pre-trial hearings. This morning in the 26th floor courtroom, a woman identified only as Mia began her testimony about her time working as Combs' assistant. She said on her very first day she was not allowed to sleep for 24 hours, but went along with it because she thought it might be some kind of test. But explained things only got worse from there, that she was constantly cursed at and humiliated and not allowed to leave his homes where she was working and living without his permission. Once she said she did leave at night, he allegedly sent a security team to find her and bring her back. Now this is just the beginning, and clearly we'll be hearing a lot more about the alleged abuse she said she suffered at the hands of Sean Diddy Combs later on this afternoon. Now, as many people know, no cameras, or phones even with cameras, are allowed inside federal courtrooms, so we rely on sketches to bring you these stories. But today the judge made an unusual order telling the sketch artist that they could not draw her or any type of image for her in order to protect her privacy and her security. We're live in federal court on Lisa Evers, Fox 5 News. Bianca, back to you.
All right, Lisa, thank you for the update on that.
Oh, Lord. Go ahead.
Was the day when the drip of the Diddy trial evidence became all-out waterboarding. And wouldn't you know it, it came from a celebrity stylist.
Didn't we just watch this one?
Onto the witness stand. Deonte Nash had the kind of SWAT fever and sass that from the moment he showed up.
Let me just check to see have we just watched this one. I don't know. But let's talk about what Mia said. She wasn't able to leave the home. And the first time, as soon as I just heard that, the first thing popped in my mind was, we as women have personal things that we need to attend to. You may have a doctor's appointment set up. You may want to go out to the store and buy things that you need. You may just want to get the hell out the house just to go where people ain't watching you and cameras is not, and people knowing every move of you. You may just want to take a break and get in your car and go sit at the park. You see what I'm saying? You may just want to go to the store and hang out in the store just to get away from the chaos in that house. Because you know everything you say and everything you do, every move you make is on camera. That man is watching you while you, allegedly, in my opinion, I think he's probably watched you while you take a shower, while you take a ish, while you're sitting on the toilet. And everything you say is being recorded, even when you're thinking out loud. You know how we think out loud. So you may want to be in the car and just to get away, to catch your breath, to say, whew, take a deep breath or something. You may want to just go and use somebody else's bathroom outside the house. You may want to go to a store and say, well, at least I can shit in peaceful voice. Anything. I'm not just making fun of it, but you may need that. You may want to go visit your mom or your sister, or your brother, or hang out, or you got an appointment at a doctor's office, or you may want to go to the dentist. You may want to go buy you some new shoes, or you may need some new clothes or something, or go get your hair done, your nails done, but you're not allowed out the house. That means, can the nail artist, the person that you want, your person that do your nails, can they come and do your nails? Because if you're just making $50,000 a year, I don't think you got a stylist, somebody that come in every day and style your hair and put your makeup on, a makeup artist or anything. Because I don't think Diddy want them in there thinking, well, I said you can live here. I said you live here, but you don't get that. You don't get to invite people in. But then there's no locks on the door. So that's where I was coming to in the very beginning. She can't do nothing in private in that house. If he able to walk in, so that means security can come in at his wish and go get her. Go get her. Tell her she's wanted. So you don't know when somebody, you may have to put your chair up to the door and sit in your chair at the door and put your clothes on or lotion up. You see what I'm saying? Or take the mattress off the bed and push it against a door and fall asleep that way. So if anybody trying to come in, they got to come through your mattress to get to you. You may want to push a big dresser up to the door every night when you go to sleep. You ain't locking the door. You just putting it up there because that's how you feel safe. Shit. And then every night he coming in, he got the RAPU, like you're his personal slave, SEX slave. Like he's the master now. He's the master of this house. Well, he's the master of his own house, yeah, because you're in his house. But that don't mean, but you're not a slave. You see what I'm saying? You're not a slave. Slavery been over years ago, but he still got everybody in bondage and slavery that works for him. Everybody that works for him is slaves in bondage. Even the security guards, they enslaved. Because if you're not enslaved, that means you can speak out when you get ready. You can work just 5 days a week. You ain't got to work 7 days a week, 24 hours a day. You can work just when you get ready. And your job is not to go wake him up. Is that in your job description? No. So, no, something is wrong with this picture. And let me make sure I cover everything. And just because you work for them, that don't mean you got to live with them. What if you got your own place? What if you bought your own house? Or you got a lease on your apartment that says a year. You got a whole house of furniture. Maybe you live with your mom or your father. Or maybe you live with both of them and you're the full time. You take care of your mother. You're there, although you have to have a job, but you still take care of your mom before you leave. Make sure she got her food in the refrigerator or on the table somewhere, that you got her dressed for the day, and you call or you come home and check on her during your lunch hour, or you call her during your lunch hour to make sure or FaceTime her or him. You see what I'm saying? And you go home. When you go home, you're taking care of your mom, right? Your family, your kids. What if you got kids and you got to take care of your kids? Do he say, okay, you're gonna have to live in my house? Do you get a chance to bring all them with you? What if you got a dog, a couple dogs? Do you get a chance to bring your dogs? Because the way I see it, he think y'all ain't, when y'all come and work for him, when he hire you, you don't have a house, you don't have a car, you don't have an apartment, you don't have a mama, a daddy, no kids, no nothing, no dogs, no cats. You ain't got nothing. You just was put on this earth just to satisfy him, his needs, and work for him only. That's the way I see it. Do you have a life? Well, you tell ninja, like Cat Williams say, you have to say no to this man at the very beginning. Because once you, and that was her test. You can't speak for 24 hours. That was her test. And if she complied with that, then you know you got her. You should have did. Most people research their job before they take it. And then once they, and some people wait, once they get hired at a job, do they go home and pull up everything about the job and start reading all the good stuff, all your benefits that you're going to get and all of this, and research who's the CEO, who you want to know who's the CEO, and sometimes they got a picture of him. Look at it. But if you are going for that job, you probably already heard about P. Diddy, just like everybody else. You already heard about him. So if you already heard all this stuff about him, why would you go work for him from the get-go? So he don't even know you from Jack or Jill. So because he don't know you from Jack or Jill, why are you going to try to get a job from somebody that you already know is mad? That don't make no sense to me. Make it make sense. Why would you want to go get a job from somebody that you already know is mad? I don't mean mad like I'm mad at you. No, I don't mean that. I'm talking about mad up here. That don't make no sense to me. Make it make sense. Are you that desperate that you're going to go? I'm not calling you desperate, Mia, but I'm saying no. I'm not blaming none of this on you. I'm blaming it on the person that's mad, the diddler. Because even if you didn't do all that research and knew who he was and all that, nobody have the right at a job to take advantage of anybody, whether you're a man or a woman or a child. The reason I say child, because these kids are being brought up in this situation, working for him, like Cassie. That's what I'm trying to allude to, guys. Everything I'm saying is just my personal opinion, except for the stuff when I get it from the major news outlet. But this is madness to me. This is madness. This don't make no sense. Let me see what else somebody else is saying about Mia. I'm trying to see who else is talking about Mia, guys. Give me 1 second. I always check what's going on. Okay. let's get into oh, let me just we're gonna see what's happening outside the courthouse right quick. And this is still live. I just hit refresh so I can fresh it up. So we're on. We got the same time that they got. Okay. Remember the one that's we've been keeping track of for the longest since we started. We go back and forth to this, right? This is refresh. It's already been refreshed. Let me just hit it one more time to make sure. Because you normally don't hit refresh for once. You don't need to keep hitting it. But just in case if anybody try to come out there early, we're going to see them. Okay? We're going to see them if they try to come out there early. They still live feed. Yeah. Somebody in this live typing, what's his name? Oh, that, okay. It's William Smith. I just saw the wheel. They're going by William Smith. Okay. So here, let me just make it big so y'all can see it. I like y'all to see everything. The two security guards out there talking. One is going back in. We got a woman standing with her mask on, her sunglasses. No, it's not a mask. Yes, it is. Scarf. Yeah, she got a mask on, a scarf, and some sunglasses. Okay. If anybody come out, we're gonna see them. Let me unmute it so y'all can see whether anybody is talking. New York noise. This is the New York noise, guys. Y'all know what I mean. So they don't have long. They got about 20 minutes. They got 20 minutes left, guys, before court is over. Because if they still getting out at 3, but if they stay to 5, that's different. But we'll find out in 20 minutes, okay? And while we're doing that, let me see, can I find out what else is going on? Because Normie, I got to keep track of what's going on out here. Okay, I'm looking to see what else is going on. What? I don't know whether this is connected to Diddy. Let me just check. Why are they bringing up Diddy? Wait now, this ain't connected to him, is it? I think this is somebody must be putting out some fake-ish. Let me go. I think this is somebody putting out some fake-ish. Let me just go check, guys. Okay. Let me make sure, because this is the same one I'm live now. Okay, no. Let me see. Okay, let's go over what we got over on the left-hand side. Okay, because in less than 15 minutes, they should be leaving. So let's go ahead and go over this. I'm going to mute this for a moment. I told you this thing ain't acting right. Okay, so I'm going to just mute it. Somebody may be coming out since it's almost time. Who knows? The family may come out a little early. I don't know, because I'm not them. Let me get some lotion and put on my hands. Okay. 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 I'll put my lotion on my hands. So let's go over some of the latest updates over in the red, okay? In the red box to your left. And if any one of them come out in these last couple minutes of the trial, we'll get it, okay? We'll get them. Hopefully we see them, all right? Let me just... Okay, snapshot that. Just give me 1 second. Okay. All right, guys. All right. Okay. It says, I always love starting from the bottom, but I'm going to start at the top this time. Diddy's former assistant who testified under the, what is that? Mia told synonym. Remember, she's not using her real name. This is just a synonym. Synonym. Okay, it's not her real name. She don't want to give out her real name, and the jury knows her real name, but nobody in the courtroom is giving her real name. They got a chance to see her passport with her real name on it. Okay, picture with the real name on it. All right, nobody else knows it because she fears danger. Okay, she fears for her life if her information is given, and she wants to remain private about it. But anyway, so she testifies. She told the jury that the music mogul S.A. her more than one occasion. I just rest my case. But no, I still got to talk. But I just rest my case. More than one occasion. Mia testified that Diddy threw objects at her. Just say this. Everything. I hope he didn't throw no baby oil, because that stuff would make a mess. But anyway, that he threw objects at her. Once shoved her into a wall. Pushed her into a pool. Oh my God. If a person can't swim, you don't push no... Ooh, Lord, now that triggers me right there. Pushing somebody in a pool. because I, as a child, was pushed in pools all the time and you can't swim, and you be fighting for your life. Okay, pushed her in a pool and slammed her arm in a door. That's enough right there. That's enough to say I quit. Okay, these are just some of the updates that's coming out. The first time Mia said she saw Diddy, this is it, fiscally assault Cassie was in 2009 or 2010 when she heard loud throws and saw suitcases being thrown into the foyer of their home, or of his home, not there, because she didn't own the home. Cassie didn't own no home. It's his home, okay? The Dittler foyer, the Diddley foyer, the Dittler, the Dittler. I'm trying to see which one I want to use. I used Dittler, the Diddley. I got the Dittler from Nancy Grace when I thought that was so nice that I like that name when she used it that way. That describes him, the Dittler. But the Diddley, I can make up my own. The Diddley. I like Diddley. He's a monster though. But anyway, let's finish this up before they come out, okay? Because it's 2:51 in New York, okay? Mia also described what she called a toxic work environment. I could have told y'all that. Just one person, I could told you that. Toxic work environment. Where Diddy's mood swings indicate how she was treated. So if he wakes up on the wrong side of the bed, oh girl, you better go. You better hide, lay low. And who is he? I don't think he's part of it. No, he looks lost. Okay, but anyway, if he wakes up on this side of the bed, you're still going to get cussed out and fussed at. But if he wakes up on the wrong side of the bed, you may get slammed in the door, arm slammed in the door, kicked upside the head. Maybe I'm just thinking, if he's that abusive, yeah, kicked upside the head, stomped on. I wonder, have you ever pushed somebody from a moving car? I'm just trying to say, because the Dittler is mad. I ain't talking about I'm just mad at you or she's mad at you. I'm talking about mad up here. Dangerous. Hazardous to be around. Hazardous work environment. Where was the kids? Whew, Lord of man. Thank God his daughters are not in that courtroom. Dude. Thank God they haven't been back since they left. And I'm just glad that they're not back. They're not. And that I'm just glad that they haven't been back to that courthouse. They don't need to hear that. They don't need to hear stuff like this. Even us grown people it's hard for us to hear this stuff. How men and women all was abused. And security stands there and watch it or do nothing. Well, if you're doing nothing, you're just watching. So they stand there and just watch. And you get the crap beat out you. They go with you so the car can get torched and blown up with a Molotov cocktail, thrown and the roof cut so it can go in. And the bottle got a female's fingerprints on it. So that means a female probably did it for him on his command. Because I don't think some female just randomly want to go. Because Kid Cudi's car was not just sitting where you can view it. You had to go up into the, you had to go up that. Let me see. Who's these people coming out? Seem like, I already told y'all, this mouse acting funny. Right after this live, I have my daughter to look at it. But right now, I ain't worrying about it. This is still getting the job done. Okay? So if there is, the time is 2:55 in New York now. So at one point, the judge had, mentioned that court was going to be over at 3:00. And I'm not sure whether they keep him with that time. If so, we should be seeing people coming out of there. So we ain't going to go nowhere. We're going to watch this front door, these doors. Yeah, we're going to watch all of these doors. The push one, the roundabout one, everything. No matter how you getting in there, we're going to be watching. Okay? Y'all, we're going to watch and make sure. Y'all better get in here just in case. Y'all better get in here. Hit that like button coming in, guys, because we're almost going to be done anyway. Let me drink. Where's my juice? Come on, guys. Hit that like button because we won't be here long. Once they come out, we're gone. Come on, hit that like button. Let me see what. Oh, Lord. Putting this in the wrong place. Let me check something, guys. Come on. Ooh. Unless they standing there waiting till their dad stand up, until the diddlers stand up and wave them by. You know what I'm saying? Some people may want to do that. Let me just check something. I'm always checking. Okay. What was that? Go back. They may be coming out, and I got to be ready so I can give my opinion. Y'all know I got to be ready to give my opinion on this mess. If y'all are ready to see who's coming out and what everybody got to say, and I don't know whether it's still raining. That's something I don't know. No, it doesn't look like it's raining. People are coming out now, guys. People are coming out. Okay. They're coming out. They are coming out. So, who Lord? Okay. They are coming out. And I can't wait. Everybody thought yesterday was a hot moment, which it was. That was Deonte, and Deonte did a fabulous job, right? But now we got okay, but now we got Mia and Deonte. You know, everybody else did a great job. They really did. Kid Cudi and all of them did a great job. And Cassidy and Capricorn, all they all did a great job. But now I'm still waiting on. I'm gonna do a pre-recorded, or I'm gonna try to do a live about the Randy Pittman. I brought him up 3 days ago. I brought him up on Tuesday talking about him, but I didn't reveal his name. I was talking about his story. Then on Wednesday, which was yesterday, I went on mentioned his name, and I told everybody in the chat to go ahead and Google him, pull him up for me. And so today I'm bringing up his name again. Randy Pittman is a man that used to, he was working not for Diddy at this big event, but Diddy and his person that was with him. I'm not saying the man's name that was with him because I'm trying to keep his name out of it right now, because this man got a family. He got kids. He's married. But he allegedly did what allegedly this person, Randy, said what he did. And he ain't saying no allegedly. Let me pause this for now until the people come out the courthouse. You see, I have to move it slowly because this thing ain't acting right. But he is not saying allegedly for anything. And I showed pictures yesterday during my live. And so now what I'm going to do probably this evening or tonight, go ahead and bring that story to you all. Okay? And I'm going to show what I got. I'm going to show the pictures. I'm going to show a picture of him with Diddy. I'm going to show everything. I'm going to show the event. I'm going to show it all. Okay? And the man is not saying allegedly. He is using his real name, his government name. This man has been in prison before. He's been in prison for 9 years. And he said he's not scared. He's not scared. Okay? So the guy that was with him that helped committed the crime alongside the Diddler, allegedly, everybody know who he is. He's a well-liked person. When people think of him, they think of fun, well put together and everything. But the crime that the alleged crime that Diddy and this person committed together is heinous. They call it, Randy said it was RAPE, to two girls that was picked out by this person, taken upstairs, and was forced to take a pill. The girls plus him was forced to take a pill, and he tried to intervene by saying they may not want that. And then he was put in his place by the Diddler. I think he said it twice. And he was told where he can go with that. Put in his place. But so he was forced also to take the pill. The two girls had to take the pill. he said one of them, and he knew they was underage, and he questioned that when the person said for him to bring these, did he want these two? And he said he was looking around trying to figure out where are they? Where the grown women at? What two? And he said these two. And he was, he's stung trying to wrap his brain around it. Why do Diddy want these two? These are kids. He's thinking that to them himself, but not saying that these are kids. Yeah, them. Bring them upstairs. So the person and him, yeah, those two. Now, even that person knew these was underage kids. Why would you do? Why? Okay, but anyway, they all end up upstairs in the Dippler's room. Security was there too. More than one. And one, he said, was about 13 years old. So if they're friends and they're at this event together, which was an event of Diddy's, that was a fashion show. It was a Sean John fashion show at this clothing store. But across the street from the clothing store is where the event took place. But they also had a hotel room right there in that same right all together, right? There was a hotel. But this person that was that we all know that been hang around or employed by Diddy, not hang around, but employed by Diddy. Everybody know he was employed by Diddy. He worked for Diddy. Okay. We're still keeping our eyes on the door. It's 3:07, a few minutes after 7 right now. I mean, not 7, a few minutes after 3. It's 3:07. They should have been coming out of the courtroom, or probably getting ready to come out. As soon as we see them, I'm gonna go unmute the sound so you all can hear. Okay, the audio. I would unmute the audio, but so they end up, and that's why I'm gonna go do a whole thing on it, because I want to show the photos and I want to show everything. I want to just show everything. Okay. I want to put out some receipts. And these are Randy D. He goes by Randy P. He goes by Randy P. But Randy D. Okay. These are his receipts. The receipts came from him. One of the girls, Diddy went on after she took her medicine, that pill that they was offering. I'll tell y'all exactly what the pill was, but I'm trying to leave that other person's name out of it and exactly what it was and everything until I do the full video or live on it. But anyway, I'm still telling you the story. I may leave out an inch of little stuff, just a little. So I'm telling you this, so I'm making sure that we see them when they come out the courthouse. Let me just make sure I'm going to take it down and make sure I'm fully, that we don't get this late. Give me 1 second, because I'm not behind. Let me see if everybody else saying the same thing in the live. See if it's anybody else mentioning. Let me see. It says one of person saying that's William Smith said all of those who were and still are hurting from all the spiritual. Ooh, that's a strong word too. Spiritual. That is true. The spiritual and verbal physical harm that they had to endure. God bless you and be strong. Ooh, I can't look at that man the same ever again. How evil. And that's a Jennifer Cruz that said that. Oh gosh, people are saying Solemn and Glamore, Babylon. Said these. Somebody was also saying these things have happened before in any of. Oh Lord. Okay, we're still good. I'll just bring it up. Just give me 1 second. I'm gonna put it big so we can see it. So if anybody come out, we won't miss nothing. Okay, we ain't gonna miss nothing at all. This thing is moving funny. That's why I'm moving slow. Moving it slow. Is that somebody getting ready to come out? But anyway, let me get back to the story. I want to pause just the audio, not the video, because this is live. An emergency vehicle making that noise? I don't know. Okay, but anyway, so that the two young girls both was RAPE by allegedly, he said by Diddy, and the other male that was with Diddy. Someone that everybody knows quite well. No matter what age you are and how young or how old you are, you show his picture, everybody know who he is. Okay? So I'm just saying that. Okay? But anyway, so, and it wasn't consensual. It was not. Now, he did say, now one of the girls, for some reason, may have looked or act like it was okay with her, whereas the other one, but he's not sure because he doesn't, but he could tell the other girl wasn't having it, but it happened anyway. She refused it, everything, but it still happened. They was RAPE. And then after the Diddler got through with his first victim, allegedly, that's when he came over to Randy to try to get his way with Randy by putting his hands all over his genitals and everything. Okay? He said he was SA by the Diddler. This man spent 9 years in prison, and he did say he's not scared. And he ain't used no synonym. He's using his name, his full name. He lives in Atlanta. He filed the lawsuit already this month. He have reached out to Diddy's lawyers. He have reached out. He tried to reach out to them first. And he sent them his receipts. So they are aware. I'm gonna put it like this. Allegedly, they are aware of Randy P. They are aware of him. That's what he showed evidence, receipts. That's another email. So now, let me just do this here. Check one thing right quick. So they do know who he is. allegedly by his accounts and by the stuff that his receipts and everything. But have they reached back out to him? Have they contacted him? His answer was no. Did he send them the receipts? That's his answer. Yes. Does show them that he's not some crazy person just making this up. And do he have good receipts? Absolutely. He have this is stuff that dreams are made of. You want receipts like this. This is kind of receipts that everybody want to have. This is the receipts that lawyers would be looking for. Okay. Wait now. This here is not showing. Let me get us out of here right quick, guys. Wait now. Let me get us out of here. They still showing this front door, and I'm up. I'm not behind. But on my phone, there's another. Let me put it in right quick. Oh, let me put it in right quick. Okay. Oh. Okay, wait. I'm trying to there's someone else that's showing it they think they're a little, because everybody got it, they're showing it, guys. Let me see. I'm trying to, let me just pull it up this way. Who is this? Okay. Just give me 1 second, guys. Okay. Let me just pull it up this way. Because they should be all already out of here. They should been out of the courtroom. You never know. Good testimony. That's the judge just said he was gonna start keeping. Allegedly, that's what I heard, but that's what a lot of people heard. But anyway, keeping them till 3. But who knows? Testimony may be so good and going on. They ain't got time. No, you got to stay. Tell you what. This is okay. Tell you what, we're gonna just put this one on so y'all can get the latest information and stuff going while I and this is today too. This is beginning and everything. So I'm gonna just put this on right quick so y'all can see. Then after this here, once we see what the latest for the day is over, then we're gonna go ahead and, can I say we're gonna adjourn for the day? We're gonna be like we at church. You know how the church people do it, right? Yeah, that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do like we in church. Y'all know I'm kidding, right? We're gonna be like we in church. We're gonna be like we in church. Yo. Oh. Okay, let me see. Okay, I'm just gonna go ahead. Here we go, guys. Let me pull. Oh, it's already sitting here. This is WPLG Local 10. I need to become a radio personality. because I think, I'm just kidding. I was going to say, because listen at my voice. Okay.
The jury has been dismissed until Tuesday after another round of testimony today in Sean Diddy Combs' sex trafficking and racketeering trial. Today, a high-profile witness took the stand. It was rapper Kid Cudi, who dated Diddy's ex-girlfriend.
This is
video from arriving at court today, and he testified about.
No, they got the wrong. They must redid this video, but we'll just listen to it.
It comes after jurors saw more evidence that authorities seized when raiding Diddy's Star Island mansion last year, from baby oil and lubricant to drugs and guns.
Drugs and pap-pals.
A 45 caliber handgun in front of the jury, and he says was found on the property. Combs is facing 5 federal counts and has pleaded not guilty to all charges.
Okay, that's got us back in front of the courthouse. Let me make sure we ain't behind or nothing. But that's got us back in front of the courthouse. Okay, that's got us back in front of the courthouse. Let me just make sure we still all caught up with what's going on. I want to switch us to this one here. No. Oh gosh, y'all remember what we were before we was watching? Let me just go back. I'm going to mute it. I'm trying to, let me just stop it and make sure we're caught up completely. Because we ain't got time to be behind on nothing. We are. We're caught up. Let me just do this here. We're caught up. Oh, that's the New York noise, guy. New York. That's the noise. The cars, the people. I still don't see nobody coming out. Still don't see nobody coming out. And it's 3:22 in New York. 3:22. That's gone. That's gone. I drank all that up. That's gone, guys. Okay. I'm going to give it to 3:30 their time. And then if not, we're going to go ahead and just cut it. And we just hope they come out. But you know what I noticed? When they go in, they go around. They go around, right? That's what his mom does. She go around too. But when they coming out, they come out these front doors. Let me just see. Where's all the officers? That should tell me something right there, because I don't see nobody standing out front at the doors. Oh, wait now. She must be somebody, because they ain't going to focus on one particular person. There's a lot of crazy people walk past. She must be something. They're coming? Hi, Alice. Hello. Thank you for being here, Alice. It's time for the court. They should have been out by now. We're waiting to see whether they're going to come out. just waiting on to see whether they're going to come out. That's all. We've been here 4 hours and 13 minutes on this live. And everything. So thank you for being here. And then once we see them come out, make sure you do the replay on it, okay? Thank you, my love. Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay, I said I was going to give it to 2:30 for them to come out. And it's 3:30 their time, New York time. And it is, oh, is somebody coming out? Is somebody coming out? That's Diddy's attorney. That's one of Diddy's, that's his first attorney. It's getting interesting. Thank you, Alice. New York crowds. New York is interesting doing this trial outside the doors. Aren't they interesting? Whoever's got the camera, they need to hold it steady. Come on. They make me dizzy doing all this. Come on now with this camera.
No, just a bunch of lawyers.
A lady's voice sounds familiar. That lady's voice, that woman's voice sounds very familiar to me. Do y'all recognize that voice? It sounds so familiar, that lady's voice. Y'all recognize it? Y'all know who that is, don't you? That's the stylist. That's Deonte. That's Deonte coming. That's Deonte there, guys. That's Deonte Nash. New York is crazy. They're still waiting on the, because if they was already out, they wouldn't be this major news outlets. They ain't gonna be there, and everybody's gone. Ain't nobody gonna be uh, staring at the doors if they was gone. So they're still in there. They're waiting. They're waiting. So only person that did his family, it was his 3 sons, and his mom. His mom walked in by herself. From what I saw, is this that crazy woman again with the bag in her hand? I don't mean to call nobody crazy, but I'm wondering is that her? Okay, let's see what else going on. Pinkie, looks like more entertainment outside than inside. People getting kicked out. Yeah, it's very entertainment. The entertainment is outside. It's like you take your chair and go sit up under a tent and just watch outside. Go sit up under a tree like they do down south somewhere in them little small country towns. You get you a chair and sit up under the tree and just watch. They call it people watching. Just watch the cars go by and the people. Watch all the craziness. These people they're hilarious to me. These people are hilarious. Oh, Mary Poppins, Joan Rivers. Okay. Okay, guys. Okay, we saw this woman go in. I saw her go in. Okay. I saw this woman go in already. So this is something, they're not showing nothing new. So if they're not showing nothing new, either they already came out from somewhere, or they either came out from somewhere or something. I don't know. So what we're going to do, we're going to go ahead and end this one for now. And if anything else pop out, come out and everything, y'all know Pinkie. She's going to come and let you know. Let me just do a correction on something. Okay. And okay. So I'm going to go ahead. We're going to go ahead and just end this live here. And then anything else that comes out, I will make sure I get with everybody and let you all know. Okay. Today is Thursday, the May 29th. All right. And this is week 3 of the Diddy saga, of the Diddy trial, federal trial on racketeering. Okay, guys. And let me just stop sharing this link. Make sure y'all hit the like button. Everybody hit that like button. And if you have not subscribed to my channel, I would appreciate it if you can go ahead and do that for me. I would thank you very much. And anything new come out, and we'll see about tomorrow. But I probably would try to put something out once everything gets gathered up, because there's no cameras or phones allowed inside the courtroom, so we have to wait until the major news outlet give us the rest of the stories, or the whoever's inside the courtroom come out with the rest of the stories. They probably getting everything together. The major news outlet like CNN, MSNBC, all them. TMZ and all them. So as soon as I hear anything, I will be letting you all know. All right, guys. And thank you all for being here. And everybody know how we do it. Thank you, guys. Bye-bye.
Yeah, I'm tired of shit, and the coffee ain't hit. Yeah, damn, ain't that great. I don't want to go to